Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, Carmen.
Morning.
You sound excited to be alive and happy on a Tuesday.
I am. I'm here.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Good morning, Wayne.
Morning, Mark. How are you, mate?
I am fantastic. How are you doing, Pat?
Good, mate. Good.
Awesome. Pat, you're not at work today?
No,
No?
I'm on a day off, so I'm doing this on my own time.
Wow. I am humbled and privileged to be part of that. That is very, very special. Thank you. And Sally is not yet revealing herself, and that's okay. Wayne, how was your weekend? Did I simply ask because I saw you on Friday? So how was your weekend?
Yeah, no, good, mate. Good. Excellent.
Awesome. Ah, Sally, I know you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're not complete strangers.
No.
No, that's good. That's good. Awesome. Carmen, I think, is the only person I haven't yet met. And Carmen, where are you? Are you currently, pick a state, Queensland, New South Wales, where are you at?
I'm Queensland.
Okay.
Cairns. Yeah.
Cairns.
Up in Cairns. Yeah. Financial counselling I do. Yeah. As
Okay.
well as facilitate workshops and stuff like that. Yeah. So
Oh, you're in the right
that's
place.
part of the financial counselling world here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And Sally, you were in Brisbane as well, Queensland as well, correct?
Yeah, in Mackay.
Awesome. So they're called Mackay, is it? Not Mackay?
My 102-year-old granddad said Mackay.
You're
So
right.
when someone older than that tells me it's otherwise, I'll believe them.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
And is there a city part of Mackay and a country part of Mackay, or is it all country?
Well, it's classed as a city with the amount of people, but there is a lot of like rural around it.
Okay.
So I've got like the valley and all those sort of suburbs. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. And Pat is in Brisbane.
That is correct.
Yes. Yes. At a secret location. It's a black site that no one knows about. So,
That's right.
yes. We don't want the world to know where it is. Pat and Sally were very keen this morning. They were jumping on early, which is great. I'm going to take your early attendance as a sign of excitement and raring to go. Yes. What else could it be?
What else?
I know. Sally, have you already started training, or are you busy working on your assessments? Where are you up to in things related to the
Was
course?
that me? Sorry.
It was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I've submitted a few parts of my assessments.
Yeah.
Just haven't done. I've actually got next Wednesday, Friday with Nicole again doing
Okay.
the LLN.
Yep.
So but yeah, all the other ones, I've completed all those assessments except delivering the 3 40-minute sessions. So
Excellent. That's
I'm
exciting.
usually all through school I was like night before last minute, so I just don't want to do it.
Oh, naughty.
No, it helps that I can do it at work, which is the biggest help.
Nice. And Wayne, is that your property as well?
Yes, Mark. Yeah. That's the actual dam that I was talking to you about the other day. That's probably about 1.5 acres in size.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's impressive, 1.5 acres. And are you tasked with mowing that?
The horses do some of it.
Okay.
But yeah, the house block itself is on 4 acres, and we've got 2 acres next to that for the goats, and pretty much 12 acres out the back for the horses.
And where do you find time to work?
Yeah, between work, home, and volunteer firefighter. Yeah.
That's insane. That's That's a man of many talents, or someone that can't sit still.
Well, depends on who you talk to.
Awesome. And Carmen, what's your passion? What do you love to do for fun in CAMS?
Asked me that when I was 20 years younger, mate. 30
Yep.
years younger. Yeah, not much these days.
Yeah.
Slack. It's getting hot now, but I guess
Is
there's
it?
a lot of bushwalking we can do, and the creeks and stuff like that. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Mm.
I've been up to the Daintree. That was a lovely experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice up there. Where are you based, Mark?
I'm on the Gold Coast.
Are you on the Gold Coast?
Yeah, it's a terrible place to be. It's really harsh.
Yeah. No, it's pretty good though. I mean, we went out to the reef here at Port Douglas, Low Isles it's called, and quite beautiful. That was just before, you got to get in before the stinger season, but you can just swim in the salt water, and a lot of people just go out there. But yeah, you get the glass bottom boat where you can check out the coral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it was really lovely.
Nice. And Pat, do you ever leave Brisbane, or do you just hang in the world of Brisbane?
Oh man, I often leave Brisbane,
Yeah.
go other places, Southeast Queensland,
Okay.
head up north when I get the chance.
Nice.
Family down in Mexico, so as in Sydney or New South Wales.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
That famous border.
Yeah.
The border of Bollard.
Yeah, Hadrian's Wall or Anastasia's Wall.
Now, if people knew where you worked, you shouldn't be saying
I just do what I'm told, mate.
that. Yes, the famous words. Awesome. And Carmen, you mentioned that you're already delivering workshops. Is that correct? Carmen, have you frozen? Carmen, are you there?
She might have.
Oh, the fun of virtual. Oh, there we are. Magic trick makes people disappear. I do know that Tom is joining us today, so that'll be good. So coming back to you, Sally, have you already started delivering training or not? Not yet.
Yes. So since April, I've been doing, so my role is the driver's assistant trainer. So that's in-house training. So I've been doing that since, April.
Great. And how's that been going?
Good. I think it's just a lot of people when I started my new role, like, oh, are you nervous? But I wasn't, I think, because I've been DAing or driving a train for 10 years now, that the content that I'm delivering is, I could almost do it in my sleep. It's so familiar. So that made it very helpful.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I'll just wait about 30 more seconds and then we'll kick it off. Just waiting for one more person. And Carmen, you're back. Did you have a technical issue?
Was it me? Was it?
Yes, it was. It was. Are you okay? No. Sounds like a breakup. It was definitely you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yep, I'm back. You're sorry. You're sorry by the end of 2:30.
Oh, good. Awesome. And Carmen, just give me some context. Have you done a course with Spec Training previously?
No, I haven't.
Okay, great. Great. So have you done a course on Zoom before? Have you done a workshop on Zoom?
Yeah, we do it all the time. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So just so that I know that everyone, here we are finally, so that everyone can see the chat box, can everyone just put a smiley face in the chat box for me? Sally's onto it. Carmen's onto it.
Good morning to you all.
Oh, good morning, Tom. I'm excited. All right, so before we get into it, let's just do a quick round the table. All I'd love you to do is just tell the group your name, what industry you currently work in, and last of all, just if you haven't already, if you could share what state of Australia you're currently in. So that would sound like, hi, my name is Bill, currently working in hospitality and training in that, and I'm currently in South Australia, whatever it might be, starting with Pat, Wayne, Sally, Carmen, and Tom. So Pat, if you just tell us those details and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Pat. I currently work for the QPS in Queensland.
Excellent, Wayne.
Good morning, I'm Wayne. I also work for the QPS and I'm in Brisbane.
Awesome. Sally.
I'm Sally. I work for a sugar mill on the trains, and I'm in Queensland.
Excellent. Carmen.
Yeah, I'm Carmen. I'm I'm a financial counsellor in Indigenous Consumer Assistance Network, and I'm in Cairns.
Awesome. Tom.
I am Tom Raj, working in aged care based in Hobart.
Excellent. And the industry you said was aged care?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, cool. So as always, I love to touch on the safety side of things. Even though it's virtual, let's go through it. Let's make sure everyone's safe. Identify your own exits. Make sure if something happens in your own environment, take care of it. Make sure you're set up comfortably and ergonomically. I've actually got a bad back, so I actually stand up, sit down, and different things to manage that, and encourage you to do the same thing. Ideally, have two screens. If you only got one, that's totally fine. Minimize distractions. What I suggest that you do is close all unnecessary tabs on your computer, particularly any social media, of course, and know where the nearest, as we all know, coffee is. Coffee is very important, but also water. Stay hydrated, and don't worry, we will be taking lots of regular. Pat, fill in the blank for me. What's the last one there? We'll be taking lots of regular
breaks.
Thank you very much. Awesome. So for me, today is all about three major things that are going to make a critical difference in your quality of delivery. And the first thing is about understanding the science of engagement and also how to have a broader mindset around how to deliver effectively. And the second thing is I want to help you understand the neuroscience of how people actually learn. And we're going to go through some PEN principles, some principles that have been discovered through research and actually looking at some fundamental things they discovered when looking at how people learn and how to integrate that into your deliveries. And the third thing is we're going to look at some online tools and strategies that you can actually use to build even more engagement into your sessions. All right. So some of you know me, some of you have never heard of me. I think Carmen, it's the first time to meet me. Today, I just wanted to do a little quick brief on me so that you knew who I was in relation to advanced facilitation. Would that be okay with everyone so that you knew who the hell I was? Awesome. So born in Melbourne, grew up on the Gold Coast, lived in Japan for a long time. And for me, in Japan, I actually taught English. Now, a lot of people would think, okay, yeah, just slowly teaching English. And I had that perception for a long time. And the thing is, though, when you're actually looking at like language transfer, it's quite interesting because throughout the week, I eventually got to a stage where I was actually training the other trainers or teachers how to teach. And so part of my role would actually be to sit in a booth at least 3 times a week and listen to other teachers teach. And I would actually see, okay, did the lesson go well? Did it not go well? What was actually happening that made it go well? And I started to pick up patterns of teaching that led to greater success. Does that make sense to everyone? The kind of patterns do exist, right? And I started to say, okay, well, if this happened, that happened, that happened, that happened. And we had happy students, we had angry students, right? And part of my role was to coach and mentor these teachers that have been in the teaching game for a long time, but also I'd have to work with people that came up from America or off the boat, so to speak, and had to work with them to help them understand that teaching, training, and speaking, they're all different skills in themselves. And while I was there, I did my Masters of Applied Linguistics. And again, it was really fascinating to understand how the brain takes in language and communication. And came back to Australia and eventually found myself in the vet sector. And when I went through my TAA, so this course is based upon or a divergent of the TAE 16. All right, some of you may have gone through that course, but one of the things I noticed in the TAA was that they didn't really focus too much on delivery skills. It was a lot of other stuff, but the core component of delivery skills, it was barely really touched upon. So after coming out of that course, I realized that fundamentally, if I wanted to do a great job as a presenter, teacher, facilitator, coach, mentor, I needed to understand the science behind it and be able to truly understand how do I influence an audience member. So not just hear what I've said, but actually go out and use it. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, it's not about what you say that matters, it's what people, hopefully you fill in the blank for me. It's not what I say that matters, it's what people remember and go out and actually use. So for me, some of my idols growing up in the advanced facilitation space were Tony Robbins. Whatever you think about him, Tony Robbins was one of my heroes. Christopher Howard, people that could stand on a stage of 2,000 people, 200 people, and they could influence an audience to go out and make changes in their life. And I started to look at those people. I then also looked at people that were doing one-on-one life coaching or like counselors or therapists and started to go, okay, what do they actually do that makes transformation happen in real time? Because I want to know that, because if I can create that, then I can be a magical presenter, trainer, facilitator, coach, whatever I might be. And so I came back to Australia, jumped into the vet sector and was a TA trainer for a long time and have been for a long time. But part of my journey was actually running accelerated learning courses. So the first RTO I worked at teaching the TA, we actually ran the TA over a 5-day period. Whatever you think of that, put that aside for a second. Can you imagine, can you appreciate that if you condensed a 6-month qual into 5 days, it would be quite intense? Yes or no? Can you all appreciate that it'd be quite intense, right? And it would be like some of the, maybe the courses that you guys run, particularly in QPS or whatever it might be, that if you condense a course, it becomes like an accelerated program. But you can also appreciate that with acceleration, you have to be even more strategic and careful and deliberate in how you deliver, because you probably notice that the more intensity, the higher the probability of someone actually giving up and walking out. Does that kind of make sense to everyone? All right. So over time, again, I had to be very good at, well, how do I calibrate this information to get it into someone's head without them feeling overwhelmed, confused, or it was just beyond them. Okay. And during that time, I discovered certain tools, techniques. I actually studied the art of accelerated learning. There's actually quite a few books around it and jumped into those books. And those accelerated learning books were actually based on some language acquisition stuff, and different principles from accelerated learning came from the war times when they actually taught people how to speak languages, which was fascinating. So how could you take someone that needed to learn a language in a week? How could you make that happen? And that fascinated me, right? But during my course, during my time teaching those accelerated learning courses, I picked up many strategies that worked and some that were completely off the mark. And I thought, okay, cool. How do I continue to really impart these tools and strategies into other trainers so that they can get similar results, but also start to get extremely curious about how do you structure your sessions to make the biggest impact and best use of your time? Over the time, though, I realized, and I guess this was something that the aha that I had to come to, and hopefully you all come to it as well. And it's kind of an inconvenient aha. It's kind of uncomfortable, but over time, I realized that there was no such thing as a perfect training session. I realized that there was no such thing as a perfect trainer. Only trainers and facilitators that were committed to making a mastery of their craft. And what I mean by that is that they had a commitment to a growth mindset. Just by a show of hands, who's heard the concept or idea of a growth mindset before? Who's heard of that before? Yeah, awesome. Now, in motivation and psychology, you've got a growth mindset. The other one is a fixed mindset. Now, growth mindset would say that over time, there is always more and more that we can learn, and we can always enhance our performance. Okay. So over time, I guess for me, I've just realized that all I can ever do is review my own performance and look and think, okay, how can I make that even better? How can I make that even better? And how can I continually serve my audience and serve my students? Does that kind of make sense to everyone? There is no such thing as a perfect one. And what I like to say to people is, if you ever think that you've mastered it, please stop. If you ever think that you've got everything just right, please stop, because your ego has got ahead of your capabilities. Okay. So for me, every day I'm learning, every day I'm listening to new books. And one of the outcomes for today is hopefully you don't just learn some skills, knowledge, and have a greater confidence, which you definitely will. But I encourage you to start asking yourself new questions, such as, okay, how could I influence that person differently? Or what new book could I start to read? Or how could I use that technique? And it's the new questions that are birthed from today's sessions that are really going to create a great impact for you as well. So that's a little bit about me. And what I would love to do now is I'm going to pop you into some breakout rooms. Carmen and Pat, you guys are going to be together. And Sally, Tom, and Wayne, you guys are going to be together. Not yet at the moment. In the breakout room, what I'd love you to do is simply share with your partner or group, for you personally in your life, who was the best teacher you ever had? Who was the best teacher you ever had, and why? Who was the best teacher you ever had, and why? So it could be, yeah, for me, my best teacher I ever had was my English teacher in high school, because they did this, this, and this, and I really admired how they did that. That's all. Then go ahead and move to the next person. Okay. So I got to Carmen and Pat, you guys together, Sally, Tom, and Wayne. I'm going to give you about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to share with each other. And I'm going to pop you into breakout rooms, and let's make that happen. All right. So who was your best teacher, and why was it for you? Welcome back, everyone. Everyone's smiling even more, which is fantastic. Sally, in your life, who was the best teacher you ever had? And you don't need to say Nicole, but I'm sure she was. Go ahead, Sally. Who was your best teacher in your life?
So mine was very cliche, as I told the other guys. Mine was not actually a teacher. It was my mum.
Yeah,
So
cool.
obviously she taught me a whole lot growing up, but I was a bit of a stubborn child. So
Yeah.
she taught me, but then also let me fail by myself or conquer it by myself and trial and error.
Awesome. Love it. One of the principles we'll actually talk about today is the power of learning through mistakes. So it's actually a proven concept. So fantastic. I'm glad that you mentioned that one. Wayne, I'm going to come back to you in a second. Pat, Pat, for you personally, who was your best teacher?
As I had mentioned, my best teacher was ended up being my homeroom teacher for year 5, year 6, and year 8.
Yeah.
She's the one who gave me a chance, saw through the idiocy that I was, and she basically made me graduate. There's no question about it.
Wow. It's pretty profound. It's awesome. Wayne.
Yes, mine was actually my dad. He taught me all my life skills, showed me how to do things like changing oil in a car and all that sort of stuff. Just the basic life skills, and yeah, that was a trial and error. You didn't get it right, you did it again. So yeah.
Awesome. Tom.
High school teacher.
Yeah.
He takes time to teach students. Like I was a week, and like to learn a concept, I took like more than the average candidate. So, and he doesn't pressurize me, and he allows me to get over it slowly.
Nice. Carmen, for you.
Yeah, it was my teacher in high school, probably grade 11.
Yeah.
And he was pretty cool for a teacher back in the 80s. You know, that was really good. You know, laying down the law, but also molding you to be a good student and molding you the way you needed to go, not forcing you,
Yeah,
but
cool.
actually explaining to you the reasons why you need to do that, and not just say, well, go and do that. Because if, you know, as a teenager, you'll say, well, why? Why do I need to do that? Why do I need that? I don't need that, you know. But yeah, he was pretty good like that. And of course, my mother. So she's still around. I look after her. So yeah, she gave us all the life skills that we needed. Yeah.
Awesome. So as we share those stories, I think we can again even appreciate at a deeper level the impact that we as trainers can have on people, and also the impact that others have had on us, whether it's been good, bad, or indifferent. But we guarantee we'll always remember the best teacher and the worst teacher we've ever had. We'll always remember them. Strangely enough, I can still tell you straight away who were the best I had in university and possibly the worst I had in high school, but also the person who inspired me to go the furthest in life. And it was just one phrase that he said that changed the trajectory of my life. And yeah, I'm thankful to this day for that person. So yeah, we as trainers, influencers, we can really have a big impact on people. And that's why I absolutely love doing what I do. So thank you so much for sharing that with each other. So today, I just wanted to set up some rules of engagement so that we are all comfortable and we all get the most out of the session. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah, awesome. So definitely number one, participate fully, because you guys have taken time out for today. So the more you put in, the more you're going to get out of it. So number two, eliminate distractions, phones, extra tabs, and other people. Just what I mean by that is if you get phone calls or if things are happening, just feel free to tell them, look, I'm just on a course right now. Can I get back to you in the breaks? Okay, we will be taking lots of breaks. Lunch will be at 12 o'clock. And we'll be wrapping up at around 2:30ish. So yeah, that'll be the schedule for the day. Number four then. Oh, sorry, number three, give. And I'm going to come back to Pat. And do you remember what number three there is? Give what? Give. What was the G there? Could be stretching the memory. It's a woman's name or a girl's name.
Give grace.
Thank you very much. Give grace. All right. Yes, Carmen likes that one. All right. Give grace is something I started ever since delivering courses online, because as we've already discovered this morning, we had a technical glitch, okay? So my belief is give grace, understanding, care, and compassion to yourself, other people, and the trainer if mistakes happen, okay? And if anyone makes a typo, just be okay with that, okay? Even typos, Sally's laughing there, because I have a belief that, you know, we can all spell to varying degrees, but there's no reason to put extra pressure on people just because they get a typo. Is that okay, Sally?
Oh yeah, I just laugh. I show it to my partner all the time.
Yeah,
because he
awesome.
tries to do it.
Nice. All right, so let's just create an environment where it's fun, flexible, and we are getting the most out of it. And before, be willing to make mistakes. Come back from breaks on time, number 5 there. Take notes and ask yourself, how can I apply this going forward? How can I apply that? Okay, because I'll say it now at this point that as we go through today, there's going to be 2 modes of learning. Number 1, you're going to be learning through what I teach you, but also how I do it. And it's going to be a number of activities that we go through that I'll be like, well, could you use that in your own training? Or maybe this could be a great one for your training, okay? So even how I do the rules of engagement, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, right? Number 7 is ask questions. Number 8, have, what do we think the F word is, Sally? Have
Fun.
disgusting. Thank you so much. You know, it's terrible to have some fun. Statistics actually show that you are 33% smarter when you are actually happy and having fun. So if you want to find out the statistic, like where that came up with that, go to the TED talk called Smiling Makes You More Effective. And it's quite interesting how a happier state makes you more productive. Number 9 is do your own research post session, because I'm going to talk about a lot of things, and I certainly want to encourage new seeds of curiosity in your minds. Number 10 is very important rule: laugh at trainer jokes only if truly funny. Okay. Don't want you laughing at me for the wrong reasons. You can certainly laugh at, no, I'm totally joking. All right. So as I said today, it's all about you guys tapping into a bigger mindset around training, discovering some neuroscience, and then last of all, the tools to make it all happen. Okay. So what we're covering today is review of the science of engagement. We've already talked about that in my Cert 4 in training assessment, and some people in this workshop today have just come off that, so they'll be able to share some stuff with you guys, and it could be a little bit of review from other people. But essentially, awareness and applicability of neurological and psychological research, a comparison with adult learning principles, use of digital presentation aids, advanced questioning techniques, enhancing your listening skills, and I'm going to go quite deep on that, and where people can go wrong with listening. It's not just about being open and nodding your head. It's about, well, how do we actually apply that to the training room? So we can certainly show a slide like that. But one other way that we can approach it, and I want to introduce a new topic or a new activity to bring out some ideas from learners. Now, in your Zoom functionality, up the top there, Sally's already onto it. Up the top there where it says view, you should be able to click view, and then underneath it should have the options. And one of the options should be annotate. Okay, up the top of the screen, can you all see where it says annotate? Yeah, awesome. So what I'd like you to do is on my screen, you have permission, and I want you to do this. On my screen, I'd like you to write, what are 3 qualities of an effective facilitator? 3 qualities of an effective facilitator, and just annotate directly onto my slide. And if you could pop that in, that would be great. So I'll just give you a couple of moments, and we're going to use this figure on the screen. And I'd like you to put 3 characteristics of an effective facilitator. Okay. So we got Carmen and Sally. got positive, humble, and calm. Awesome. All right, Sally, what were the ones that you put up there?
Engaging, interactive, and adaptable.
Excellent. So please pick one of those and explain it to the group for us.
Adaptable. So you never know what's going to happen on the day.
Yep.
For example, I was doing a training. I ended up with 10 people, 1 car, and 2 small locos. So I couldn't actually do what my session plan was. I had to adapt and use what I had available.
Awesome. Pat, what have you put up?
I have positive, humble, and calm.
Nice. Tell me about the humility piece. What do you mean by that?
Well, in my world, you get a lot of alpha personalities. So being able to accept instruction from those who have more seniority than you, but also if someone comes with a certain skill set and past professionalisms from whatever career they have left to come into our world, then to be able to also accept instruction and learning from other people, and obviously as a instructor to be able to accept learning from the students themselves.
Nice one. Very, very important. So being open-minded, coachable, and putting your ego aside is critically important.
Correct.
Carmen, where'd you put up? And tell us about one of them.
I just put up being a good listener.
Yeah.
And having empathy is one, and then understanding is the other. Because I mean, if you're doing, working with people, then everybody comes with different skills, different emotions, different feelings, because of their different cultural backgrounds and stuff like that. So yeah, basically just to have that empathy and understanding of them.
Awesome. Okay. Empathy is certainly a topic I could spend hours teaching on, but if anyone is interested in the topic of empathy, definitely check out a book called Never Split the Difference, about how to use tactical empathy to make your discussions, your conversations, and your negotiations even more effective.
What was that book? Sorry?
Never Split the Difference. I can't recommend it highly enough. It's transformed my marriage. It's transformed my career. It's transformed my financial negotiations as well. And it's phenomenal. It's written by an ex-FBI negotiator, hostage negotiator. And although you would think negotiation would be quite aggressive, he actually talks about tactical empathy, and empathy is not agreement. Empathy is not agreement. Empathy is being able to acknowledge the other person's model of the world and allow them to fully express and be heard. And one thing we need to appreciate as trainers is that people will not change until they have felt heard. Okay, so just the name of the book is called Never Split the Difference. I don't get a royalty, but it has transformed my life so much. Okay. So yeah, definitely empathy is a really critical skill that all trainers need to develop even stronger every single day. So on that note, we have done and we don't have time to hear from everyone, that's okay. So this activity was actually colloquially called, or funny name, this image that you've got here in front of you is called Aspirational Andy. Aspirational Andy. Okay. And what you can actually do is you can draw this on a slide or a flip chart or a butcher's paper, and you can actually say to your audience, what are the top qualities of an XYZ? So for example, if Wayne was teaching defensive driving, he could actually put on the whiteboard or a flip chart, and he could say to his groups, okay, individually or in groups, I want you to come up and say, what are the top characteristics of an effective defensive driver? Or Sally can say, okay, what do you think would be the effective characteristics of somebody that drives a train and is doing the job just right? Does that make sense to everyone? You can make it whatever you think, but there's a couple of reasons why you might do this. Number one, it's going to set the expectations, and it's going to tell you the expectations of the learners. Okay. The second thing is you're going to find out what is important for the learner by them declaring it. And it's also going to give you some hints as to what you can teach if you wanted to tailor your lessons even deeper. And last of all, whatever they put up there is going to be important for them. Whatever they put up there is going to be important for them. Does that make sense to them? Does that make sense to everyone? Awesome. So if we come back to the previous slide there that we had, we have, let me just, cool. I love new challenges. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. All right, cool. So if we come back to this slide, and I'll just leave the annotationals in there for a moment. If we come back to this slide, I'd like you to have a think about, and I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think. I would like you to think about what could be a danger or disadvantage, it's going to stretch your thinking a little bit, of telling people the agenda for the day. What could be a challenge or a disadvantage of actually telling people what's going to be covered on the day? Just have a think about it, write it down, and then pop it into the chat box. Tom said distraction. Oh, Pat. I love your mindset, sir. Ooh, okay. Carmen, that's an interesting one. Haven't thought about that one before. When you say role play, what do you mean by that? As you unmute yourself.
Yeah. When you're, I guess, new in a group of people.
Yeah.
And you know, you've done all the, I guess, the meet and greet sort of stuff, and then they find out that they have to do role playing, you know, go away and find a case study or something like that, and then do the role playing part of it, which makes people quite nervous because they don't like to do things in front of other people, or how they're going to handle an interview process. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I have a belief that if things are effectively scaffolded, oh, Sally, nice one. I already know this, or this is a waste of my time behavior. Beautifully well said there. I have a belief that if things are well scaffolded and well set up, feelings of nervousness should never come up. Now, that's a challenging thought, but I'm going to pick on Wayne and Pat for a second. Wayne and Pat, last week, I got you guys to do a 5-minute presentation at the end of the TAE. Wayne, how did you feel about that presentation as we went into it? On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being terrified and petrified of doing it, and 0 being, yeah, cool, no problems at all. I walk into it, I got this, no dramas at all, I could do it. Where would you say you were on that scale of just before you did it?
Oh, about an 8 or 9.
You were petrified?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yeah, awesome. And Pat, where were you at?
I can't even remember what I spoke about now. I've already deleted that section of my memory.
Yeah, awesome.
I think I was probably around a 3.
Yeah, good. The key thing that I wanted you to get, though, as I set up the activity, is that I didn't give the instructions beforehand. I didn't say, we're now about to do X, Y, Z. You had already prepared it before you knew what the activity was going to be. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. We were already preparing things in the background, but you didn't know why we were preparing for it. So where role players and things go wrong is that people think we tell people too much too soon, and we say we're about to do this, this, and this, and this, then they prepare for it. But if people prepare beforehand, say, all right, guys, I just want you to grab a sticky note. I just want you to write down these random things. And I want you to also just add this to your planning, and just do this for me as well. And then by the time it gets to actually doing the task, they're like, all right, cool, I'm already prepared for it. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, because what we have to, we're always battling the little voices in people's heads, because people knowing about something before we want them to know about it is one of the worst things that can ever happen. And not yet at the moment, we're going to go into an activity to stretch our thinking around that and take our, how do we put this, sharing of information to the point where it's just when they need it and not too soon. So now, if we can, take a look at this table. So on this table here, we have on the left side, we've got good, and on the right-hand side, we've got great. We've got good and we've got great. We've got believe, do, and judge success. Okay, so not yet, no, I'm going to pop you in some breakout rooms, and I'm just going to pop Sally and Tom together, and Carmen and Pat and Wayne, you guys are going to be together. Now, on the slide here, I have a belief that we can always get better. And there's a book called Good to Great, and great book. But for me personally, I believe that at our core, we all know what a good job looks like. But I think it's important that we distinguish what a great job looks like. And through this conversation discussion, we're going to take our thinking to the next level. So if I was thinking about Sally, in terms of, I'm going to go straight for the middle part here. What do you think a good trainer would do in terms of punctuality for a session? What do you think they would do? Do you think, just tell me, punctuality wise, good trainer, what would that look like for you?
Well, they're already there, set up, waiting for people to come in.
Excellent. Now, distinction, what do you think a great trainer would do?
Well, they would be there early as well, with everything set up, but have like maybe some icebreakers or something like that prepared as well, just to make everyone comfortable when they get there.
Yeah, nice. Nice. And maybe they have even 2 days beforehand gone on to Google, and maybe they've even take some Google Earth photos. Crazy, I know, but I just want to stretch our thinking a little bit, going, okay, how do we go to the next level? Now, on our slide here, we've got what does a good trainer believe about the audience? Okay. What does a great trainer believe about the audience? About a session. So maybe a good trainer believes about an audience that, okay, yeah, no matter who's in my room, we can get along and have a good session. But maybe a great trainer goes, maybe I can use all of the personalities in my room to my advantage and strategically help them get better outcomes no matter who is in my room. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, so what's going to happen is you're now going to be put into breakout rooms. And I want you to discuss, what does a good trainer believe about the audience and about a session? But what does a great trainer believe about the session? What does a good trainer do prior to a session and during a session? What does a great one do? Now, the last part here is judge success. How does a good trainer judge success? And how does a great trainer judge success? Okay, it's going to stretch your thinking a little bit, and that's what we're here to do. We're not at kindergarten level anymore. We're not at high school level anymore. When we're at advanced level, we want to take our skills to the next level and our mindset to the next level. And the thing is, fundamentally, I can give you all the tools under the sun. I can give you a big toolbox and say, use it. But until you understand the why and the science behind things, you're not going to employ the skills. And also, when you got the right mindset, you can create tools of your own, because you'll see, okay, in order to create engagement, all I need to do is X. All right, cool. I'll quickly think of an activity. Boom. It's much better than giving you a book of 300 pages of activities, because you can start to think of your own activities on the spot. Does that make sense to everyone? Kind of makes sense? Awesome. So I'm now going to pop you into the breakout rooms. You may not get through all of it, but we'll see how we go. But actually, yeah, maybe let's just worry about judge success later. I just want you to work on believe and do, and I'll give you about 5 minutes to just tackle believe about audience, about session, and do prior and during, and the good and the great. And we'll go from there. So about 4 minutes, and we'll see how much we get through. Awesome. Awesome. So, Pat, who were you working with?
Carmen and Wayne.
Excellent. And were they helpful and productive learners?
Not at all.
No,
Yes,
I
they
didn't
were.
think
Of
so.
course they were.
Awesome. Fantastic. So, Pat, in your mind, I don't even, yeah, let's go for a good about an audience. What do they believe that's good about, like, what is their perception of an audience? Then tell me the distinction you came up with between good and great.
We kind of went backwards because
Yeah, nice. That's another good way to approach it. Yeah.
I suggested that my understanding of what a good trainer believes about his audience was more difficult to come up with. So to try to get most of it down, we went backwards. But I think a good trainer believes that their audience wants to be there.
Nice.
And Carmen suggested that believes that they will leave learning something.
Good.
As opposed to a great trainer, I have a understanding of want and desire to be quite different, that the audience desires to be there.
Yeah.
So there's a passion level change in that. And I guess what the great trainer believes about that session is that they are going to provide them with the tools to continue their learning from that point on in time.
That's a really cool explanation. I like that.
That's Carmen's, not mine.
Okay. Okay. I'm sure equal and great contributions for all learners there. Sally, could you, don't know if you got up to it. If you didn't, that's fine. We'll just talk through it now. Walk us through what you guys came up with for the do, the prior and the during, the good versus the great. And again, you could walk it backwards or you could walk it forwards from good to great or great to good.
So for the do, for the prior,
yep.
We put a good trainer has their session plans and all their required aids
yep.
Ready, but a great trainer thinks of adjustments and alternatives that may be required for their learners' needs and has also them available.
Awesome. All right. And great. So you've mentioned that. So now let's go to during the session.
Yeah. So during a good trainer, they engage, interact, and give breaks.
Yep.
But the additive onto the great is that whilst they engage, they also recap to make sure that the learners are understanding and where they're up to. And with the breaks, they observe the group and give the breaks when they're most effective. So if they can see they're starting to peter off, like, oh, yep, it's coffee time. Whereas if you're in the height of everyone's engaging and they're pinging off each other, you wouldn't give a break then. So it's not a timed thing. It's a where the learners are at.
Oh, very well said. Very well said. I like that. I like that. All right. So this process that we're actually going through, it's a contrasting activity. It's a very powerful activity because the human brain actually learns through creating a very powerful thing in its mind. And I'm just going to type it into the chat box for you. It's called distinctions. What's the word, please? Anyone shout it out? Distinctions. I heard you all beautifully. Fantastic. All right. So the key word there is distinctions, because essentially the only reason someone is smarter than someone else is because they are able to create finer. What was the D word? Everyone yell it out. Unmute yourself. What was it? Distinctions. Fantastic. So somebody can look at a piece of wood, and for me, wood is wood. Yeah, that's nice. That's a piece of wood. That's a piece of wood. But somebody that has more knowledge in that area can create finer distinctions around that piece of wood, and they know the difference between one piece of wood and another piece of wood. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. So what we're helping people to do, even in this process, is to create finer levels of distinction. And as we can help people create those new neural pathways in their brain, then new neural connections actually take place. And we're going to show you a video of that, not yet, but in a moment. And So before we go on, though, what I thought I'd do with you is just quickly show you essentially what I came up with in terms of the good to great. Okay. And hopefully, can you all see my screen okay? The Word document? Awesome. Okay. Now, you may agree with these, you may not. It's just some different ideas that you could add in, right? So we've got great is I put on the right-hand side with the great, because that's all I really want to focus on, is it the session, it's going to be successful no matter what. Okay. It's going to be successful no matter what. Okay. And regardless of what happens, as trainers, we've got the ability to turn results into our advantage. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. And the better you can get it, it's called utilization. Utilization is taking anything and everything that happens in your session and turning it into your advantage. That's why I don't get that nervous, because I've got so much confidence I can create utilization that generally things will always go well. So for example, for Pat, if he has a person he's training and they drop something, they do something that wasn't intended, utilization is going, I'm so glad that happened, because that's exactly what we're just about to talk about, how we avoid that situation happening. Thanks, Fred. I'm really glad that you did that. Okay. Now that would be an example of utilization. Anytime you see a magic trick on stage going right or going wrong, you think it's gone wrong when actually it's probably gone right or wrong, whatever it might be. But utilization is taking it and using it for your advantage. So for example, very simple one that I used this morning was when Carmen fell out of the session, and she may have even just fallen out just now. I said that's today, when we go through our session, we want to give grace, because as we all know, technical issues happen. Okay, that's a small example of utilization. Okay, then we've got, it's going to be a great learning experience. Whatever happens, you can learn from it. Okay, and we'll welcome back Carmen in a second. About the audience, they are long lost friends. All learners can be motivated. All learning can be inspired. Welcome back, Carmen.
Sorry.
That's all right, not a problem at all. All learning is experimentation. All learning is experimentation. Sally, why do you think having that belief, all learning is experimentation, would probably be a healthy belief to have?
Because it promotes discussion within a group as well.
Yeah, it also removes the pressure to get it 100% what?
Correct.
Good. And we want our learners to feel comfortable to make mistakes. With great structure and skills, anything is possible. Again, you can choose to believe this or not, totally up to you. They define their learning outcomes. They have PowerPoints printed. They have multiple backup plans. Okay, during the session. Okay, now let me just see if I can do something. Okay, let's see. Wayne, on my screen in front of me there, could you please read everything that's under during the session?
Okay, you've still got the good versus great slide up.
My bad.
Yep. Okay,
Awesome.
so during the session, focuses on retention of knowledge,
Yep.
reinforces expected behaviour, builds fun into the session, builds suspense, scaffold exceptionally well.
Yep.
Exceptionally well. Tailor things to people's learning styles, tailor things to people's personality styles, can think on the fly and adapt activities, can do state break.
It's meant to be activities.
Yep. And make people feel good about themselves as they are learning.
Nice. All right. And then if we go to judges success, for me, they judge success based on the skill development levels of the learners, how much improvement was seen in the learner, how much a learner could recall during the during and post session, the quality of questions asked by the learners, and did people get any aha moments, and were they shared with others during or post the session? Okay. Now, I'm going to be a little bit naughty for a second. What I'd like you to do is already we've been going for a period of time. What I'd like you to do is I just want to give you about 15, 30 seconds. Just review any notes that you've taken so far in today's session. Just review any notes that you've taken so far in today's session. If you haven't taken any notes, that's okay. Just go, ooh, I need to start taking some notes. Awesome. Once you've done that, now what I'd like you to do is we're going to start with Pat, and I simply want to go around the group. We've covered a bunch of stuff up till now. I'd like you to simply share with the group 3 things that I've said or someone else has said, or that we've discovered as a group that have really stood out to you or have been brand new for you in terms of what we've covered so far. And starting with Pat, 3 things that we've covered that have been brand new for you that you've discovered, realized, or have been brand new. Go ahead, share with the group, please.
Okay, 3 things I like. We tend to tell people too much, and you need so scaffolding to build success. I like the comment of I think it was Sally who made the comment about great trainers give breaks when it's appropriate for the audience, not sticking to such a rigid time scheduling. I like that comment. And we learn through making distinctions. The brain learns through distinctions.
Awesome. And next, I'm actually going to come to Sally. Sally. And if you repeat some of them, that's okay.
I really like aspirational Andy.
Nice. That's really cool.
I am going
and we can create a female version of him as well. So we are non-binary, whatever he needs to be. It's totally fine.
They, them.
Yes.
Just have a unisex name.
Yeah.
I am going to, you've piqued my curiosity. I'm going to go by Never Split the Difference and have a read.
Yeah.
And again, mine was the creating distinctions.
Nice. Awesome. Tom.
Yeah. So first of all, the facilitator or counselor make changes in the real time.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. And second one, the facilitator should know when starting a topic, when to deliver the main part of the topic, so that if the audience preconceives or he knows everything before starts of the lecture, he may lose the audience may lose the track. Yeah. So
that's great.
Yeah, he should know the exact time.
Nice. Exactly. When to say what, so that the right ideas are created in someone's mind. Fantastic. Carmen, please go ahead, share your top 3.
Yeah, I like the creating distinctions.
Yeah, nice.
The other one I liked was power of learning through mistakes. I mean, that's quite, when you hear it, it's quite logical when you start to think about it, because as human beings, that's what we do. We make mistakes and we learn from them, So, and also I liked the, and I'm going to go out and do the book, Never Split the Difference. Really, that's what I got.
Yeah, awesome. Wayne, you're up, my friend.
Yeah, I liked the discussion on who the best teacher was that people had and what their thoughts were on that. The growth mindset, the fact of learning over a matter of time, and how I could use that technique. And not what people say, it's what people remember. And the aspirational Andy, I really like the aspirational Andy as to what's important to the students is what they're going to put up.
Yeah, awesome. Thinking back, and this question's a little bit biased because some people were in my course last week, other people were not. But Pat and Wayne and Tom, do you guys remember we did an activity about the difference between training and education? Do you guys remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, we talked about what is the difference between training and what's the difference between education. Do you kind of remember that on day one? Okay.
Yes.
Now, that was a very basic example of a contrast activity. A contrast activity, what I was doing very early on for you was I was creating a brand new, what's the D word? Shout it out for me. A brand new distinction. Yeah, correct. Okay. So a contrast activity immediately leads to a brand new distinction, which leads to an open mind. Okay. So that activity or any type of contrast activity that you want to build into your session is a really powerful thing to do. So even in customer service, you could do, all right, what is the difference? Let's map it out between a successful coffee shop and an unsuccessful coffee shop. What are they doing differently? And get the learners to come up with that. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, very simple, powerful tool, but it's something that I put into every single session. And the more that they have a background or a self-perceived knowledge about it, i.e. Sally, as Sally said, the know-it-alls, okay, the more that you include these kind of activities, the more could you appreciate they'd probably feel validated if they did an activity like that. Okay, it would really help them because they get to have strong input. And setting a contrast activity up very early on is a really great frame to set for the learning. Okay, so just wanted to bring up that example because anything and everything I did last week in the TA was for a particular reason. Now we're having this discussion. I can unpack why I did particular things. Okay, so on that note, as Sally described, you don't take breaks when they're planned. You take them when people need them and when people's cups are getting full. So what's going to happen now is by my watch, it is 10:07. We're going to have a break and we're going to come back at 10:25, and we're going to have multiple breaks throughout the day, but back at 10:25. Is that cool with everyone? Excellent. Nod your head, give you a thumbs up, and I'll have you back here at 10:25, popping that number into the chat box, and I'll see you very shortly at 10:25. Exactly, Sally. That makes all the difference.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of hail as far as Gordonvale. That's like 40, not 40, but about 35 minutes from here, from Cairns, you know. It's a little town just further out here. Yeah, so that's unusual. But then, of course, you know, you've got the Atherton Tablelands, and it's a hell of a lot cooler up there because they're, you know, in the mountains. So they call them the Tablelands. And, yeah, they get hail as well, as far as sometimes Mareeba. Yeah. So
Welcome back, Mr. Cat Cat. There we are. Wayne had a few different virtual backgrounds going on last week. You had some Star Wars, you had some Star Trek, and his
I don't even know
gardens.
how you do that. Oh, there we go. There's a whole button. It's very simple.
There you go.
Yes, I was referring to your Chucky moment, Sally.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, my favorite are like the chocolate freckles. When you get them, they're so good. I don't buy them any other time, but with my coffee, so good.
Okay, so we'll just wait for Pat and Tom to come back. Okay, welcome back, Pat, and Tom will be with us in just a moment. So. Yeah.
Did that work? Oh, yes.
Nice, Sally. It's awesome. Okay.
Oh, the Star Wars.
Awesome. All right. So Tom will be coming back in just a second, I imagine. Okay. So I guess just touching on something I said previously in terms of, I guess, overwhelming learners and things like that. And I touched on the fact or the concept of calibration. Just take your minds back to when I talked about calibration and dealing with accelerated courses or intense courses. And ultimately, the fastest way to overwhelm someone is to give too much information to, what do we think, Sally? Give too soon. Yeah. Okay. And so the better you can get at what I call drip feeding information at the right times, the more people are going to be ready for whatever is coming next. And it's essentially the skill of strategic reveal. Strategic reveal. I'm not going to tell you something that you need to know before you need to know it. I'm not going to tell you something that you need to know before you need to know it, because that's creating more what's called cognitive load on your brain. Okay. So the better you can get at revealing things at the right time, the more you're going to feel that people have got more of a capacity to stay along the journey with you. Okay. So before we get into the next section, I just want to lay further groundwork. And what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to think about, well, I mean, in our course last week, we talked about engagement. I'd like you to think about what are 3 things that lead to learners being even more engaged into a session. What are 3 things that lead to a learner being engaged in a session? It could be anything at all that comes to mind. It could be that there's tea and coffee. Okay. It could be anything at all. What are 3 things that lead to a learner being engaged? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, maybe lots of varieties of activities. Go ahead, put 3 things into the chat box and we'll see what you come up with. Welcome back, Tom. Just pop 3 things into the chat box that you think create engagement for learners. 3 things that lead to engagement for learners. Awesome. So Pat said, keep it relevant. Yep. It's not relevant. We're checking out. Sally said physical learning, relating content to the workplace. Definitely. Learning something new. Carmen said learning something new. Yes. Fascination and wonder is definitely a critical part of engagement. Information facilitation skills course. Okay. Enjoyable and effective. All right. Now, on the flip side, let's talk about the dark side of learning. The dark side of learning. That really excites Wayne when we talk about the dark side. But the dark side of learning is that all learning, when we are learning something quite outside the realms of familiarity, can often feel very uncomfortable. Has anyone ever been in a learning situation that's been very uncomfortable, but they have learnt a lot from that situation? Anyone been in some unfamiliar? Yeah, okay. So we need to remember that there's positive and negative. There's a dark side to learning, which is very uncomfortable, but it's the more that we can lead in that to that discomfort, the more that we actually get out of it. Okay. And a lot of the times when people give up, so to speak, it's because they are uncomfortable in that discomfort. So let's check out these things called the PEN principles, which relate to the whole science of engagement and how we keep our learners actively involved. Now, these principles, they come from the Science of the Learning Research Centre and the University of Queensland. And they were principles that were discovered based on psychology and education and neurological research. So they cover all three, and they're quite fascinating and are very applicable to everything that we do. So they're definitely good to know. But before we get into that, what I'd like to do is quickly show you a video. Hopefully you can see my screen okay. Sally, can you see my screen okay? Can you see those little thingies moving? Those electric things? Yeah. Awesome. So I'm going to come to Carmen. I'd like you to take the wildest guess that you can think of. What do you think that might be? What do you think that could be a video of?
Well, I probably think it's the neurons in your brain stimulations.
Yes, that's a pretty good guess. That's a pretty good guess. Anyone want to extrapolate on that? Wayne, what are you thinking there?
I was thinking that it might have been a virus moving.
Very appropriate for the times that we're in. Yeah, let's go with Carmen's answer for today. Let's go with the Carmen answer. Definitely could be a virus, but for the purpose of the topic we got today, so these are actually cells in your brain, and these are actually what's called axons. So when two axons actually make a connection in your brain, this is actually the learning process in action. When two cells connect with each other, that is when learning is happening, okay? And the stronger those connections get, the deeper the learning. The stronger those connections, the deeper the learning. Now, there's actually white matter that goes around those connections. That white matter is actually called myelin. Myelin, big fancy word. But the process of that white matter coming around those connections is called myelination. Myelination. And when we are getting our students to repeat an action, give back information, share learning with each other, the more we are actually helping them myelinate those connections in their brain. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, so it's a pretty cool thing. And if you want to go to Wikipedia or Google it, it's called myelination. And the way that we spell it is M-Y-E-L-I-N, and that's myelin and then myelination. Okay, so this is why I really believe in drills. I really believe in regular discussions. I really believe in checking in with learners quite regularly, because every time we do that, we're helping them form new neurological connections within their brain. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, really cool. Yeah, Awesome. All right. So, yep, there you go again. Okay, so the PEN principles, there's 12 of them in total. The first one that we've got here, and you probably want to grab a pen and write this down because there could be a quiz later on today. Maybe, maybe not, but probably highly likely. So the first one there is written text and spoken word don't mix. Written text and spoken word don't mix. Pat, what do you think that first principle might be implying, that written word and spoken word don't mix?
Written text and spoken word don't mix. I would suggest that if you are trying to read and listen at the same time, it's taking up the same part of your cognitive processes, so you can't absorb the information from either one effectively.
Perfect. You just stole my explanation. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The listening and the reading happen in very similar places in the brain, and it's pretty much impossible for you to be able to do those two things at the same time. So if I've got a lot of text on the slide, can you appreciate that you guys reading it and me talking over it would be very heavy on the cognitive load and pretty much impossible? Sally, I'm going to relate it to a Kahoot example. What happened when Nicole read the answers or read the questions for you?
The first one especially, a lot of us didn't answer it because we ran out of time. So we're trying to listen and then read it to select it. And it was a bit of a mayhem. Excellent.
Does that prove the point? Does that kind of show us, right? So as trainers, we need to be aware of that. As trainers, we can't expect people to be reading something and us talking over it at the same time. Very simple thing, yet when we absorb it, adopt it, it reduces the anxiety and stress for a learner. And obviously it's going to be more effective in our communication. Okay. So now let's take a quick look at a video and let's see, hopefully it'll play. Yep. Okay. All right. Now, Wayne, can you see the browser on my screen? Can you see the browser? Just let me know that you've seen the browser. Yep, awesome. And can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound, everyone? Okay, great. So let me just fix that up. And let's see. Awesome. All right, cool. So easiest way to do this is, okay. So now in the chat box, I'm just going to post in the link for everyone. If you just go to this link, watch the clip. It's probably about 2 minutes long. If you just watch the clip and just come back to me when you've watched the clip, and we'll go from there. And if you can make sure that your sound is on mute as you watch it, that would be great. Awesome. Once you're finished on that, feel free to come back and awesome. So, Sally, what's the biggest thing that you noticed in that video or that you discovered or that really stood out to you?
I've been through some training before where we've done this. So, but I really enjoyed the recap, and I liked the bit at the end, like does note taking actually distract you?
Yes. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Pat, what did you discover? What did you realize what was new for you from that video?
It was a actual confirmation of something I thought was true.
Yeah.
From where I got that information, I can't remember now. But I think it's absolutely awesome. I copied the link. I put it into my web browser for future reference, and it's going to be a mandatory assignment for all my children to watch to prove they cannot listen to their iPad whilst doing their homework.
They cannot. They cannot. Love it. Tom, what did you discover from the video?
Yes, using any one instructions, either textual or audio. Yeah. So that it don't get mixed.
Nice. Yeah. Don't overload the audience's brain with the two modalities at the same time. Awesome. And Carmen and Wade, did you guys both pick up something from the video? Yeah. Awesome. All right, cool. So let's head to the next principle. And the next principle is that visual images and spoken word, excuse me, do mix well. Okay, so in just summarize that, to simplify it, essentially putting a great quality image and then talking over the image is pleasant for the brain, so to speak. That's the best way to think about it. Infographics are good. Keeping your information on the PowerPoint more visual is going to always aid learning and aid adoption of the concept. Okay. So there's science behind that. Okay. Now, so there's not really much to talk about with that one. It does sort of also reinforce the value of videos as well. All right. Now, let's jump to number 3, which is spacing out. Actually, no, let's go back to number 3. Okay, so number 3 there is, if I can just move my tiles, spatial predictability guides attention. Spatial predictability guides attention. Wayne, what do you think that one might mean? Principle number 3.
No, I'm not sure on that one.
Okay, if I asked you a very leading question, Wayne, where do you think principle number 4 might show up next? Where do you think principle number 4 might show up? The top left, top right, bottom right. Where do you think it might show up?
Obviously the bottom left.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you said an important word there. You said what was the first word you said?
Obviously.
Yeah. Okay. So they've discovered that if learning doesn't happen in that format, it disrupts the learning process. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So it's critically important that we follow that logic when we are delivering information on a slide or even on a piece of paper. The brain actually does value that as well. Okay. So just something to be aware of if you're ever putting together slides and things like that. I have posed the question though, is this culturally dependent? i.e. if you go to a different culture and they write from right to left or different places on the page, would that impact how somebody views something? And I'm still researching into that, but I think it's definitely a valid question. But even a website where people's attention goes first, second, third, and all of that is definitely quite predictable. Even on a magazine, when someone looks at a magazine on the front cover, where their eyes goes first, second, and third, and all of that, it's quite predictable. So just something to think about when you're putting together your handouts and your materials, okay? Next one is quite an important one. Spacing out practice enhances memory. spacing out practice enhances memory. Spacing out practice enhances memory. Okay. Carmen, what do you think that one might imply or might relate to? Spacing out practice enhances memory.
I think it's along the lines like spacing out practice enhances memory. Basically, just you know, putting things like a right timing, I guess, when you're doing training. So it's the right timing of things, and like you said in the beginning, like if they're going to do role playing, you know, don't let them know that beforehand, so that they sort of, you know, are not nervous about it all. So you're just spacing out the different practices that you have and not letting them know until it's time.
Yeah,
and then,
nice.
And I guess
I like that.
The teacher's memories, you know, like, so yeah. I hope that
Awesome.
makes sense.
It's pretty close to what I wanted. Pretty close. What I would like you to all write down is the following thing: the forgetfulness curve. The forgetfulness curve. The forgetfulness curve. I'll type it in the chat box for you. Forgetfulness curve. Forgetfulness curve. And what they actually did is they did some research on how quickly people forget things. How quickly people forget things. And there was a German scientist and researcher who did some studies, and he came up with this thing called the forgetfulness curve. And I'll show that to you in a second. And it was originally he did a study back in the early 1800s. And then later on, it was verified by some more modern research. And they looked at some medical students, and they looked at how much could they actually retain when from what they studied in university to what they retained back in their careers. And they actually found that if people didn't review something within the first hour, they generally forgot a minimum of 50% of it. Okay. And if they didn't review it again over the next day, and they basically plotted out how quickly people forgot things. Highly recommend that you check out the link that I'm about to show you. Down the bottom there, it's I'll pop it in the chat box for you. But on the page here, I've also got, let me just open the link for you. And we'll be able to actually see that curve. So this is a great page. It really explains the forgetfulness curve quite well. And it explains the study. But we've got percentage information retained, and then time elapsed, and then basically it shows over time how much people will forget in terms of percentages. And you can head to Wikipedia, but this is a great page that really explains it well. So I'll put this link into the chat box. And essentially,
sorry.
Yep.
No, I was going to say, so with the spacing out, practice enhances memory. So you wouldn't just do something, be like, here you go, we're moving on to the next thing. You keep recapping it. All right, we're going to do this little activity. We'll use these skills that we've learned and do that throughout the training.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Sorry.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to say, and you explained it even better than I could. So essentially, what we need to remember is that statistically, people are going to forget. And we need to work with that, not against it. How do we do that? Well, we actively build in those review activities to keep that knowledge alive, because we know that if people don't hear the same thing within at least an hour, statistically 50% they're going to forget it. If not 90%, they're going to forget. Okay. And if you go to Wikipedia, there's a couple of charts that actually charted out like 90%, 80%, 30%, and all of that. I haven't yet remembered all the statistics on it yet. However, just knowing this and then knowing the importance of actually reviewing it, I'm like, all right, cool. Retention of information has gone a lot higher. Does that make sense to everyone?
I think that's what I dislike about, for example, CPR courses and first aid. You go do it, and then if you never use that, how much of it are you actually going to remember until you have to go renew it?
Excellent, excellent. So you want to be coming up with many varieties of different ways that you can review the content and whatever you teach your learners. Okay, so we got 1 hour, 24 hours, 1 week, 1 month. And even if you can review even more regularly within that space, fantastic. There are, you may have seen out there, language learning apps that you can get on your phone. Okay, now they will typically really use the principle of spacing out practice enhances memory. So it'll teach you something, and then next day it'll teach you that, and then something else, and then the next day it'll go back and ask you questions about the first thing that you learned, and it's constantly reinforcing the whole time. Okay, so we've got spacing out practice enhances memory. Okay, but in a moment, what I'd like to do is I'm going to pop you guys into some breakout rooms, and I need to assign Carmen. I'm going to pop Carmen into that one. Okay, so I'm going to pop you into some breakout rooms. I simply want you to have a chat to your group. Up till now, we've talked about written text and spoken word don't mix. Visual images and spoken word do mix well. Talked about spatial predictability guides attention. Spacing out practice enhances memory. I'd like you to share with the group what is one of them that really stood out to you, and where or how do you see yourself applying that principle? Okay, I have a hunch of which one people are going to generally talk about, but go ahead, pick one of them and how you see yourself using it based on the ones we've covered so far. So I'll just pop you in some chat rooms, and I'll give you about 2 minutes to just have a chat about them and what we've covered so far. Okay. Carmen, Pat, Wayne, Sally, and Tom, you guys will be together. Awesome. As people come back. Awesome. Carmen, what did you
Yeah.
share with your group? Which principle really stood out to you?
I like the pen principle 2.
Yep.
Visual images and spoken word mix well.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that one. I think people tend to learn a lot by visually.
Mm.
And I think even if you're speaking and you're doing the talking and you're explaining the stuff to them, at least then the picture still sits in that person's mind when they walk away from it.
Yep.
And then they can sort of relate to it. Yeah.
Awesome. Nice. Sally, which one did you like?
I like number 3.
Okay.
I find
me
it
more.
really, intriguing that the brain just loves pattern, and that if it's out of place, they know. I was saying to Tom, I don't know if anyone saw that movie with the magicians, and they were all stealing banks. At the start, they do a card trick.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then they projected it up onto the wall, and everyone I know picked the same card because they paused on it like a tiny fraction bit longer, but your brain just,
Yeah.
I just find that fascinating.
I think I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's
got the guy off the OC in it.
Yeah.
Is it Catch Me If You Can or something?
Yeah, similar to that.
Yeah.
Show Me If You Can, or something like that. But it's definitely got the words can. Yeah, great movie. And magic is something that I've also studied on the side and looked to add into presenting as well.
Oh, can you show us a trick?
This whole experience is a trick. Awesome. But how they reveal things, when they say things, how they say things. Mentalist and watching mentalist shows is something I've also done as well. So definitely a real strong interest of mine. So yeah, really cool that you brought that movie up. Pat, what's the principle that stood out to you to share with the group?
Number 1, man, I'm stuck on that. I can't go past the fact that I'm so gonna get my kids.
Yeah, love it. I love it. Awesome. Tom, which principle for you?
The second principle?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if with less information on the image and speaking more by the trainer, so keeps the audience engaged, and the audience can think and link the concept with the image.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Nice. And Carmen, which one was it for you? You've already shared, haven't you? Yeah, you shared. Wayne, which one for you?
Yeah, I like the spatial predictability, keeping the attention going through the presentation and engaging the audience.
Yeah, nice.
Use the force mark.
Absolutely. So just to round off this segment, the brain is essentially a predicting machine, a meaning-making machine, and a predicting-making machine. So as Sally pointed out, essentially the brain is constantly making predictions about what's going to happen next. Okay. And it's constantly sitting there wondering, okay, what's going to happen next? And also, all right, I've just seen that. And whenever someone sees something, hears something, or experiences something, they are always asking themselves 2 questions. Those 2 questions are, what does this mean? Or what am I going to make it mean? Second question is, what should I do? What does it mean? 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 What should I
do?
Yeah. Okay. So on that note, by my watch, it is close enough to 11 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I'll see you guys back here at 11:10. Refresh your brains, your bodies. Back at 11:10. Thank you very much. And no jumping in your truck, Sally.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, Tom.
I am afraid I have to finish at 2.
Okay.
Which means I think here 1. In Brisbane it would be 1.
Okay. That's okay. That's good to know. And this will be recorded, so I'll be able to send you out a recording of it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All good. Thank you for letting me know, Tom.
You're welcome.
Okay, awesome. Welcome back, Carmen. Sally and her big trucks. Sally, can you drive one of those?
So these are actually the little ones. I can drive bigger ones. And then we
Okay.
have 2 more bigger than that as well.
Wow. I just see TGI Fridays when I see that.
Pardon?
I just see TGI Fridays when I see that, those colors.
Oh, really?
Yes. TGI Fridays was my favorite restaurant in Japan because it's one of the only places I could get good quality meat without it
True.
costing. Yes. And they
Okay.
had the Outback Steakhouse over in Japan as well. That was pretty cool. Yes.
I was just a sucker for like gyoza and like takoyaki and okonomiyaki. That was just all I ate pretty much. And the ramen, just all the foods.
Nice. Nice. That is one of the biggest things I miss about that country.
And the cheap alcohol.
Oh,
So
yes.
good.
Yes.
Snowboard down, have a drink and some food and go back and do it again.
Well, I did love the fact that you could pretty much access any kind of alcohol in the supermarket. That was pretty cool.
Or vending machine.
Yes, vending machine. Why not? Just go straight for the vending machine. Yes. Awesome. Tom, are you originally from Thailand or Burma, or where are you from? Cambodia or?
Oh, me?
Yes.
I'm from Nepal.
Nepal. Cool. Cool. And how many languages do you speak? Just English and Nepalese, or?
I speak 5 languages.
How many?
5.
5. Okay.
Oh.
Right. Yes. Humble.
What 5 a day?
Oh, it's all, I think, except English, all those 4 languages are derivatives of some Sanskrit, Hindi, Nepalese, Assamese, then Bengali.
Yeah. Sally, come on. How many languages do you speak? Come on, 5.
Oh, like
Yeah.
1 and just where is the pub for every other country I've been to. So I can say that in 30 languages. That's about it.
Wow. I'm actually listening to a great book at the moment. I don't know if I've mentioned it to you guys, but it's called Ultra Learning. If I can type it properly. It's about a gentleman that travels to a new country every 3 months, and he gives him a challenge to master the language within 3 months. Okay. It's I'll find the author in a second, but he did a TED talk, and he actually completed an MIT undergraduate degree in under 4 years. And he did it not even enrolling in MIT, and he creates these ultra learning challenges for himself. And then through the different challenges, he's discovered all these different learning principles that he shares in the book, which are really interesting. And the spaced out practice enhances memory is actually one of the principles he talks about in the book. Okay. So yeah, definitely recommend that you listen to it or you check it out. I mean, I have a belief that if you're a trainer and you're not diving deep into how people learn, then you're kind of missing the secret sauce. And if you're a salesperson, you're not understanding how people buy, again, you're missing the secret sauce. If you're not understanding the other side of the equation, then you're only going to be I'd say 50% effective. I mean, that's just my biased view on it. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah. Okay. And I guess I wouldn't even say I'm great. I would say I guess I set very high standards for myself as a trainer, but I'm only good as a trainer because I was such a bad learner. I'm only good as a trainer because I was a bad learner. And so growing up, I was in the special classes. I was in the remedial classes. I was in the extra tutoring classes. I got a great score in high school, but I only got a great score because I worked twice as hard. And I discovered what it actually took for me to learn something. And so for me, I get distracted very easily. I get overwhelmed very easily. I'm very sensitive to people with low attention spans. As a result of knowing those things, I'm able to bring that into a training session. And many trainers who learn very quickly often forget what it was like to one day learn that same thing. Does that make sense to everyone? So the more you can keep having that empathy about what it's like for someone to be in that learning position, the better you're going to be as a trainer. And the more you can actively be learning something, the more you can relate. So for me, I do martial arts every week. And as part of our martial arts, no one has an ego because we just always believe that we are a beginner every single session. And, you know, with Wayne working on the land, you have a belief that you're there, but you're always learning something new. That's why I kind of asked you guys at the beginning, what's your passion? What are you learning about? Because the more you can be in that learning space, the better you're going to be able to connect with your learners. Does that kind of make sense to everything? Yeah. That's a great question. Pat's put in there a question about, do you master a language if you don't understand the nuances of the culture the language comes from? I guess in the book, he talks about getting to a level of fluency where he can have conversations with people. He doesn't actually talk about mastery in the sense of understanding everything. And I think there are two aspects to language. I'm going to say navigation. And one is definitely understanding the culture. The second is the language. And you can't have one without the other. My master's was in applied linguistics, so we could go dive deep into it. For me, you can't get anywhere with one without the other. And you definitely need to understand the culture as the meta model for applying or understanding the language and how to use it. Because you could know the word, but you could use it completely wrong. You know the word, use it completely wrong. Okay. For example, in Japanese, one word, similar to English when we say cheers, but one word can mean thank you, it can mean goodbye, and it could mean hey, how you going? Okay. Just like in English, when we say the word cheers, cheers can mean thanks, it can mean, hey, let's have a toast. It can have those multiple meanings as well. Okay. So with Japanese, it's a very context dependent language. Other languages are less context dependent. Okay, so Asian languages have less vocabulary, but more context. English has more words, but less context dependent. Anyway, step that aside for a second. Key thing is Ultra Learning, definitely a great book to check out because it talks about, well, what are the principles for learning? And yeah, great point. For me, when I was in Japan and I started dreaming in Japanese, that was really cool. That was really cool. When I would wake up and go, oh, wow, I just spoke Japanese in my dream. I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. Yes. So back to our pen principles. So we have principle number 1. Sally, reading off your notes, what was number 1 for me?
Written word and spoken word do not mix.
Wayne, number 2, please.
Sorry.
I'll be coming to Pat next. So number 2, Wayne, what was number 2?
Visual images and spoken word mix well.
Pat, 3.
Spatial predictability guides attention.
Carmen, 4.
Spacing out practice enhances memory.
Excellent. Now we're going to take a look at number 5. And Wayne, can you see my screen okay with the YouTube video?
Yep.
Excellent.
Psychology, education,
awesome. So we'll just check the sound and see if the sound works.
Principle
okay.
Number 5. Leverage context according to outcome.
Awesome. Okay, so we all have learning moments. So I discovered that on Zoom, if you click more, there's actually a option to click share sound. So if anyone wants to know how to do that, you click more and then share sound. I thought it was in different places, but I found it, so we're all good to go. That's called being adaptable. And let's go with number 5.
It's arguably one of the most creative experiments ever undertaken.
In 1975, a pair of researchers asked a team of deep-sea divers to memorize a list of words while they were 20 feet underwater. A day later, half the divers went back underwater while the other half stayed on dry land, and all were asked to recall as many words as they could remember from the day before. These researchers found that the divers who were tested in the same environment in which they did their learning, in this case 20 feet underwater, remembered 35% more words than the divers tested on dry land.
This experiment was a perfect example of context-dependent learning, which states that an individual who learns in a single location will perform well when tested in that same location.
In fact, neuroscientists have demonstrated that individuals who learn a set of objects in a specific environment demonstrate enhanced activity in the hippocampus, an area of the brain linked to memory and spatial location. In fact, this enhanced activity occurs even when individuals don't consciously pay attention to the environment.
This suggests that the details of where learning occurs are automatically embedded and encoded in the memory of what's being learned. Now, all this is well and good if where you're learning and where you're tested are the same. But what if you want to transfer knowledge to a novel environment? Recently, researchers looked at just this question.
These researchers asked a group of individuals to study a set of words 4 different times in the same location. Then they asked a different group of individuals to study the same words in 4 different locations. Afterwards, both groups were tested in a novel environment, one neither had seen before. And what did the researchers find? The individuals who studied in 4 different rooms performed 40% better than those who studied in one room.
Now, this experiment was a perfect example of context-independent learning, which states that an individual who practices in many different environments will perform well when tested in a novel environment. And of importance, both context-dependent and context-independent learning have been demonstrated in the classroom,
such that students who prep for an exam only in the room in which the exam occurs outperform students who prep for the exam in other environments. And when an exam occurs in a novel environment, students who prep for that exam in multiple locations outperform students who prep for it in only one.
Classroom applications.
So we've seen that where a person studies can impact learning and performance based on where testing occurs. So how can we use this in the classroom?
One idea is that if learning outcomes involve a single application or a one-off performance in a known location, such as an admissions exam in a lecture hall, try to facilitate practice within that environment, or at least try and mimic it as closely as possible. However, if learning outcomes involve diverse application or performance across various environments, such as a basketball team traveling to many different schools to play games, try to facilitate practice in many different and varied environments.
Ideas and future directions.
So it seems clear that the environment in which we learn is naturally embedded in the memory of the concepts that we learn. And this leads to an interesting question. Are there certain features of the environment that impact learning or memory more than others? And if so, can we leverage those features to improve learning and enhance our ability for far or near transfer of the learned material? Some important questions that could really influence the way we choose to design our classrooms and our schools.
Awesome. And Sally, I'm going to come to you. And I'm going to steal your comment, but I want you to add on to it in the sense of, you'll know what I mean when I say this. So would it be the case that, Sally, you train your team or you train your crew out there on the railroad?
It's a mix.
Yeah.
So first we do some classroom-based stuff to get the safety stuff done. And then we go out. But I do the classroom stuff where possible, where I do it at each mill for them so they're within their own environment in that sense.
Awesome. So this video, it wouldn't necessarily teach you something new that you didn't already know, but it would reinforce why you do what you already do. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we're teaching people ideally in the environment that they're going to apply it in. And the more we can do that, the better. From this video, it shows that where you learn something does have an impact on your ability to remember it and recall it Okay. And if we're going to play basketball in multiple environments, then we want to train in multiple different environments. If we're going to take a test, then learning the content in the same place that we're going to take the test can be a good thing. Does that make sense? Okay. So just something to be aware of and to keep in mind that environment does shape memory. Okay. So now, just as we were discussing books and book recommendations, I did create a bit of a list for you. And if you want to grab a pen or take a screenshot of this, I've just listed my favorite books in the area of learning and training. So the first one there is Ultra Learning, which we've been talking about. Next one is Never Split the Difference, which is talking about tactical empathy and being able to use that even more powerfully and negotiate within a classroom and training room. And then the third one is Make It Stick by Peter Brown. And that's essentially how to help people learn and learn even faster. And then number 4 is The Talent Code by Daniel Coyle. Essentially, the talent code goes and it looks at geniuses and prodigies, and it looks at, well, how did they develop those skills? How did they become geniuses in those different fields? So highly recommend that you check those books out. Okay. All right. Now, the number 6 pen principle is multitasking impairs memory and learning. Okay. Now, people have different ideas around multitasking, and some people believe that they can do it better than other people. I myself would say that I'm terrible at multitasking. I just call it multi-distractions. I prefer to be focused on one thing at a time. Wayne, how would you rate yourself as a multitasker? Good, terrible, wonderful, what would you say? He's so good at multitasking, he forgot to unmute himself. Wayne, did you want to unmute yourself and share with the group?
Yeah, I got distracted and was trying to multitask and forgot to unmute myself. I find that I can do a few things at once, but if I try to do too much, then then I'll get into a distraction.
Awesome. Okay. So Pat, if we knew that multitasking impairs memory and learning, how could we actually apply that in a training session? And how can we minimize people reducing the amount of information they're taking in, knowing that concept?
Set specific learning objectives.
Yeah.
You're learning this one thing and applying your scaffolding, then you learn this. Sweet, you learn that, then let's go back, recap, review, boom, boom, boom. Nice. Then let's scaffold to the next learning objective, learning objective, learning objective. You take small bites of the big pie rather than try to eat the whole pie at the same time.
Beautiful, beautiful. And where this can often show up is in group activities. If you try and give too many tasks to a group at the one time, people can get cognitive overload. If you say, all right, I want you to look at this, then look at that, and at the same time do this and think about that, can you all appreciate that someone's brain is just going to melt in all of that? Okay, so you want to direct people's focus and know that the more they focus on one thing, the more they're going to retain that from that information. Okay, so we got multitasking impairs memory and learning. Okay, so Sally, not yet in a moment, we're going to start with you, and we're simply going to do a recap. Now, the recap is simply going to be you reading principle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and everybody's going to read all of the principles, and we're going to go around the group. It's going to be Sally, Carmen, Tom, Wayne, Pat. You're just going to read out all the principles, and we're going to hear them hear them quite repetitively, all for the purpose of spacing out improves memory. So go ahead, Sally, read them off your notes.
So number 1, written word and spoken word don't mix.
Excellent. Next.
Visual image.
No. Sally, you're going to read all 6. Carmen, you're going to read all 6. And Sally, go for it. We're going to end up hearing it quite a few times.
Number 2, visual images and mixed word mixes well.
Yep.
Number 3, spatial predictability guides attention. Number 4, spacing out practice enhances memory. Number 5, leverage context according to outcome. And number 6, multitasking impairs memory and learning.
Carmen, your turn.
Written text and spoken word don't mix. Visual images and spoken word mix well. Special predictability guides attention.
Yep.
Spacing out practice enhances memory. Leverage context according to outcome. Multi-skilling impairs memory and learning.
I think you are multitasking.
Oh, sorry, multitask. Yeah, sorry.
Awesome. And just to clarify principle 6, essentially multitasking, the way that we often think about it is doing it multiple things at one time. When we actually break it down, it's task switching. So people are very good at switching between tasks, not necessarily doing things all at the same time. All right. So people can get better at task switching, but yet, even if I go from one task to another task, there's always that reset point of for 10 or 15 seconds, I've got to remember what I was doing last time. Okay. So task switching is the key thing to remember. Go ahead, Wayne, please read your list of 1 to 6. Go for it.
Okay, pen 1, written text and spoken word don't mix.
Yep.
Pen 2, visual images and spoken word mix well.
Yep.
Pen 3, and you just got off my screen, damn it.
Ha ha ha.
Okay, ducking. Pen 3, spatial predictability keeps the attention going throughout the presentation. Pen 4, didn't write that one down. And pen 5, leverage context according to outcome. And pen 6, multitasking impairs memory and learning.
Excellent. All right, Tom, your turn.
The 6 pen principles are written text and spoken word don't mix, visual images and spoken word mix well. The third one is spatial predictability guides attention. Fourth one is spacing out practice enhances memory.
Yep.
Leverage context according to outcome. The sixth one, multitasking impairs memory and learning.
Excellent. And Pat, your turn.
So principle number 1 is written text and spoken word don't mix.
Yep.
Number 2, visual images and spoken word mix well. Number 3, spatial predictability guides attention. Number 4, spacing out practice enhances memory.
Yep.
Number 5, leverage context according to the outcome. Number 6, multitasking impairs memory and learning.
Excellent. Excellent. So repetition and relevance equal recall and retention. So now what we're going to do is you guys, in the chat box there, I have put a link to principle 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I put a link to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Please go ahead, create a Word document and copy and paste those links into a Word document. Once you've copied and pasted those links into a Word document, let me know.
Working.
Awesome. All right. So once you've done that, okay. So Carmen and Wayne, you guys are going to be 7 and 8. Okay. Carmen and Wayne, you guys are going to be 7 and 8. Sally and Tom, you guys are going to be 9 and 10. And Pat, you're going to be 11 and 12. Okay. What that means is I'm going to put you into some breakout rooms. You are going to chat with your partner and you're going to click on those links, have a read through it. And then after you've read through it, we're going to come back and as a group, you're going to share what you read and what you discussed with your partner. Okay. It's just going to be read through the link and then just make some notes and then just share with your partner. And when you come back and share with the group, essentially it's going to sound like, yeah, in my group, we discussed XYZ and summary of it is this, and just give us 2 or 3 sentences and you are good to go. All right. So on that note, Carmen and Wayne, you guys are good together. Sally, Tom, you guys are together, and Pat, you're just by yourself. Pat, you're working on 11 and 12. All right. Is everyone cool on and everyone aware of which one they're working on? Awesome. All right. So I'll pop you in some groups and we'll go from there. I'll call you back in about 4 minutes. Awesome. Welcome back, everyone. So let's jump straight into it. So who was working on principle number 7? Who was working on pen 7?
Yep, that was myself and Carmen.
Awesome. So Wayne, I'll get you to talk about 7. Carmen, you're on 8. Or if you guys did it the other way around, that's totally fine. So Wayne, were you on 7?
Yes, yeah, we did 7 and 8 together. But,
Beautiful.
yeah.
All right. So Wayne, I'll get you to just quickly summarize 7 for me.
All right, so 7 is mix up practice tasks to boost performance. So the thing I got out of that was that variety is the spice of life. So the more you vary your actual learning plan and lessons, the more that people are going to stay engaged.
Love it. Carmen, did he do a good job explaining that?
Yes, he did. Very well.
Excellent. Well,
Yes,
Carmen,
really.
go ahead. Share with us about number 8.
Embrace error to improve learning. So I guess that's the part about where if you do make a mistake, then it teaches you to learn, I guess, continue learning. So you learn from your mistakes, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Try again.
Yeah, awesome. So, well, how does that actually relate to the training room? How can we use that to our advantage? I would say encourage people to make mistakes. I would say share mistakes that you've made in the past. I would also set up activities. Fault finding activities are one of my favorite things to do, where you actually get learners to watch a video or watch you do something and do it badly, and then they have to pick out the mistakes. Is a great way to adopt an acceptance of mistakes in the training room. So fault finding activities are one of my favorite things to do. I used to show the Ferris Bueller's Day Off video of anyone video. All right, Sally's laughing. So that video is a great example of bad training, bad teaching, bad facilitation. So I would show that and I would say, all right, great. What has he done wrong? And now let's make sure we never do that. What has he done wrong? And what are the qualities of a great facilitator? Okay. Awesome. So now 9 and 10. So who was doing 9 and 10? So Sally and Tom. Sally, did you want to talk about number 9 or 10, whichever?
Which one did you want to do, Tom? I'm happy for either.
You talk about 9, I will do 10.
I'll talk about 9?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. So number 9 is active recall trumps passive review.
Mm-hmm.
So people like multiple choice. So it gives you more prompts to trigger recall of previous learning, whereas open-ended questions are more likely to deliver long-term results because you've absorbed more of it because you have to respond off fewer cues.
Yeah, nice. Well said. Well said. Awesome. Tom, go ahead. Explain number 10 if you could.
Yeah, the pen principle number 10 is about the first impression. The first impression by the teacher or with the students affects long-term outcomes. So it has been summarized that the first impression, the trainer should do the first teaching at the best way possible with positivity.
Yeah.
So that it creates best impression and affects future learning.
Nice. And if people don't have a positive experience in the first, I've actually read that it's around the first 20 seconds that people are going to have a resistance to learning anything that comes up in the session. People have made a judgment about you within the first 20 seconds. So that's why the self-intro that we talk about is critically important. Okay. There's a book by I can't remember her last name, but it's called How to Present. And that's a book that I have read multiple times and where I drew upon with a lot of the teaching that I teach from the TA. So How to Present. So now, I think her name is Michelle Bowden. That's if I'm recalling correctly. So Pat, please tell us about 11 and 12.
Right. 11 is the story behind the facts. this, what I got from this is that stories stimulate experiences for people.
Yep.
And stories, obviously they tend to cause higher levels of emotion, engagement, empathy, and motivation, and more emotion that we attach to things as human beings. We get greater ownership, or we suddenly have greater ownership over it. Learners can contextualize better when they're given a story to lock onto that memory.
Nice.
And better stories tend to give an example, so such as, not such as, but which allows a learner to get a better understanding and insight of the concepts, which then leads to, or has to tie into, relevance and then application within their environment.
Awesome. And number 12.
Number 12, pre-activate strategies to guide learning. This is priming someone for learning, like you prime an engine before you start it up, or prime a stove before you start it up, or a lantern. You are setting, with the learning strategies that you're about to do in an activity, you get the, or for the learning itself, you're getting the students to utilize the same interaction, and then their interpretive strategies is what the terminology the link used, which gets them into a pattern whereby they can they build the processes, like you're saying, scaffolding. You're building the process to do the activity before you do the activity, so that when they actually do it, it's much easier and it flows much better.
Awesome. So two examples that come to mind for number 12 in relation to priming. Number one is if I was in Sally's situation, whether it's possible or not, I'm just going to use the example, is if I gave the trainees, if I gave them 5 minutes to touch and play with all the equipment prior to going into the lesson. Okay, yeah, I know it's probably not possible, but by them actually just physically touching things and playing with it, we are priming them for the learning experience. Does that make sense? And where I'm heading with the example. Now, another example I used to use when I was teaching the TA in a rather accelerated fashion was I would actually hand out role-play scripts. And these role-play scripts would actually, how do I put it? They would reenact what it would be like to be a trainer in an RTO. Now, it would sound crazy, but we wrote these scripts and it was firing off neurons in people's brains, such as part A was like part A and part B. So it would sound like, hey, how you going? Yeah, good. What session have you got next? Oh, I'm teaching a Cert 2 in, I'm teaching a unit from the Cert 3 in hospitality. Oh, cool. Which unit? Oh, I'm teaching the Cert serve and make espresso coffee. Oh, I hate that unit. It's so annoying. I have to prepare all this equipment. Yeah, I hate it too, because my learners are an ACSF level 3 for learning. Oh my gosh, I hate that. Hate it when they're a level 3 for learning. But yeah, my learners are okay for reading and writing. They're probably around a 3 or a 4 for writing. Yeah, but I do find it's a bit challenging to engage them. Yeah, I find that too. But generally what I like to do is spice it up with lots of different activities. And the conversation would go on. And then can you see how we're planting ideas into their minds and they're getting used to terminology before I've taught them what it actually is? Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah, it was a really powerful technique, because also in the script, we would make it funny. We'd make it crazy. We'd throw in swear words. We'd make it as realistic as possible so that they got into acting as if they were actually doing it. Okay, now they didn't know what a unit of competency was at this stage. They didn't know what the ACSF was. And you guys, some of you may know it, you may not, but it's talking about the language literacy and numeracy stuff, right? But it was laying the foundations. And so when we got to actually talking about the ACSF, they're like, oh, I get it now. Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, unit of competency. Oh, yeah, I get that. And it gave them a lot of confidence, and they got to play with it. And then afterwards, after the session, we go, all right, let's read that script again. Now let's see how much sense it makes for everyone. Does that make sense? Yeah, it was a
My
really
favorite
cool.
part was the role play view switching people.
Yeah,
Very effective.
yeah. Cool. I was trying to remember some of the stuff that we put in, but it was one of my favorite things to do because people would cack themselves. They would burst into laughter because we made the scenario so crazy yet so real. It was like, well, what is it like to work at an RTO? What is it like to go through an audit? And yeah, so it was a great strategy to accelerate acquisition of these concepts by exactly talking about number 12, which is priming. So we're laying the foundation before we've even taught them what the thing is. Okay, so priming with new vocabulary before we've taught them what it is. Okay, who likes that strategy? Who could see themselves using that strategy? Yeah, awesome. Okay.
I like the strategy, but it also has a danger to it in real life where that was it a pattern whereby exposure to stimuli and experiences in the past can have non-conscious influence in behavior and performance.
Yeah, definitely. So you'd want to be careful with how radically you made it. You could make it quite bland and boring, or you could take it quite as quirky and fun as you wanted to make it.
Yeah.
I have found it's a better method than saying, okay, guys, here's a vocabulary list, a list of all the terms that you're going to hear today. That's probably going to be quite passive, but getting people to actually immerse themselves into a role before we go into content can be quite fun. But yeah, absolutely, you want to apply discretion with how far you take it, for sure.
Yeah, I'm just speaking from our world. We've got a lot of
definitely
in our context. There's a lot of issues where past experiences create non-conscious behavior and bias, performance, et cetera.
Definitely. And we encountered something similar in the paramedical world when I was taught at the RTO with paramedicine, because we had a lot of people that would have situations in their life and then suddenly go, I'd like to save the world and become a paramedic. And then when we were teaching the paramedical stuff, those memories would get reignited and it would bring up a lot of stuff for people. So that was something we definitely had to manage as well. So that example there about role-playing can be an example of priming. Putting words around the room, unfamiliar or new vocabulary, is another example of priming. Playing songs before you start your lesson is another example of priming. And whatever you wear is just another example of priming as well. Okay. So
I'm not sure if it would class as that, but I've made before all the learning actually happens, I've made a fun fact sort of a segment right at the start, which provides learners with information that general members of the public don't actually know. So that way, when we're talking about it later, they have that understanding. Would that sort of count?
Definitely. Anything that's going to bridge the known to the unknown is going to be an example of priming. Another word you may hear is pre-teaching. So teaching before you teach it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, a fun fact or something that's going to relate or take someone from the current world into the new world. Great strategy. Okay, awesome. So as I always do, not yet in a moment, I'd like you to look through your notes and I'm going to go around the group and I want you to find something that's really stood out to you. Not yet in a moment, you're going to read through your notes. You're going to find something that's really stood out to you and we're going to read it out, but you cannot read something that someone else has said. Okay, so you're going to have to find a couple of things. And I'll give you about 30 seconds to just read through your notes. Pat, if you could please go ahead and share one thing that has stood out to you so far, a new piece of knowledge, or it could be anything at all. And then we'll hear from Wayne, Sally, Carmen, and Tom. Pat, please share.
You want one thing?
Just
Sweet.
one.
We tend to tell people too much too soon.
Awesome. Wayne.
I found that, yeah, mixing up practicing the tasks, so yeah, keeping the variety going to engage the audience.
Carmen.
Oh, there's a lot, but I would say reinforcement learning.
Nice. Sally.
I love the first impressions, color future judgment. So if a trainer's been teaching the same thing week after week, day after day, and they come into it all flat and like, oh, got to teach this again, it puts such an impact on the learner. Whereas if you're positive and, hey, this has had some fun, it really influences how people view that in the future as well.
Nice. Tom.
Yeah, recognizing the fact that first 20 seconds, it's important when you deliver a training session.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. On that note, well done, guys. Well done. You've taken in quite a lot there. Fantastic. So by my watch, it is 11:56. We're going to have lunch. We're going to have lunch. All right. I know Tom needs to head off soon after we come back from lunch. So Tom, thank you so much for joining us. When we do come back, when you need to head off, feel free to head off. But we're going to come back at 12:40. Okay, 12:40. I'll give you time for lunch, and I'll see you guys back here at 12:40, and we'll go from there. So thank you so much for all your attention up till now. Thanks.
See you, Tom.
Back, Wayne.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, what did you have for lunch?
Macaroni cheese,
Nice.
three different styles of cheese.
2 is just never enough, is it?
No, exactly. I just sent you a quick email in relation to this afternoon's storms, just a heads up, just in case you're in that path area.
Okay, great. I love riding my scooter to work, but I try and avoid it in this season of the year because you just never know when storms are going to come.
Oh, yeah, particularly this time of year at the moment. It's, yeah, I was saying to my partner, Kerry, we were both remarking, and she was saying as well that like this reminds us of like 20, 25 years ago when I first came to Queensland in relation to the storms that we're getting now.
Have you guys ever had flooding?
We've not had actual flooding where we are here. Our land is like that, everything goes into the dam. Where we were at Rockhampton, we were out of Rockhampton towards Emu Park area. We're up on a hill. We didn't get any flooding per se, but we did go through Cyclone Marsha. We were in the what are called the direct path of that.
Wow.
Yeah, something I don't really want to experience again. But
Yes. My head just goes back to over, I think it was, can't remember if it was January or February when the flooding happened in Sydney.
oh yeah,
That was terrible.
yeah. I've been through experienced the floods previously. Like I got detailed out to Emerald during 2010-11 flood out there. I was part of the forward command that went out to there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carmen is back. Pat is fed and back. Awesome. Tommy's back for a little bit of time. Sally is back. Mark Miles is here.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Yeah, I got an alter
That's
ego
unusual.
going on. Yeah. What's going on there? Who's this Mark Miles guy? Awesome. Sally, what did you have for lunch?
I had chicken and salad.
Lovely. Lovely.
Did you have anything interesting?
Lamb curry, actually.
Ooh.
Yes. Something different. Awesome. All right, so let's jump straight back into it, and I'll explain why I'm logged in as myself additionally later when we come to it. So what I'd like to do now is, if you could grab a blank piece of paper. If you've been taking notes on your pad, great, but turn to a blank piece of paper. And if you're cold, pop a jacket on.
It's this office. It's like all the aircon's the same.
Yeah.
And it's just freezing in here. It's so humid outside, but freezing in here.
I'm sure there's a learning principle in that. So
I'm the only female that works in the office.
I was just about to say the same thing. All temperatures for offices are regulated for a man's body temperature rather than a female's.
wow.
Mhm.
There you go. Okay. Tom just did not like that idea and got up and left. No, okay. All right. So now that we've all got a blank piece of paper, we're going to do a forced recall activity because, as we discussed, forced recall trumps passive. So what you're going to do is I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Well, actually, no, I'll give you a minute and a half. And I want you to, from the top of your head, write down as many of the things that you can that we have covered this morning without looking at your notes, without looking at your notes, without looking at your notes. Okay. So you could write down anything at all, such as one of the Penn principles, or it could be we learn through distinctions. It could be anything at all. See what comes up. If you can't think of something, just sit there and then something will occur to you. All right, minute and a half starts now. Ready, go. All right, that's a minute 33. Let's ease that tension on your brains and breathe a sigh of relief and go, oh, wow, got through that. All right, Sally, you're going to lead us off. Sally, Tom, Pat, Carmen, and Wayne. Sally, just read one thing that you wrote down in your forced recall activity.
The forgetfulness curve.
Cool. Tom.
Multitasking impairs learning and memory.
Nice. Pat.
We tell people too much too fast.
Carmen.
One of the things is about embrace error to improve, I guess, memory.
I like that one. I like that one. Nice. Wayne.
The pen principles, and one of them being the varieties of spice of life.
Beautiful, beautiful. And did I make Sally disappear? I think I might have. Awesome. That's not a good thing. Or she may have just frozen. We'll see what happens with that. Okay, so let's go to Pat. How did you find that forced recall activity? Did you find that you were tapping into different areas of your brain? Did you find that those things came to you quite easily? How did you find that activity itself?
A couple of things came easily. Then when I started trying to focus on stuff, everything else just kind of dribbled out the bottom of the colander that is my memory.
Yes.
So I haven't reviewed it enough for it to stay in word for word. So I was using my own words to, I guess, recontextualize it.
Nice. And there can be a time and place for forced recall. There can be time and place for active just review of notes. One of my other favorite activities is to actually get learners to create questions for other learners. So by doing so, we actually force a learner, in order to be able to create the question, you've got to know the answer. In order to be able to create the question, you've got to know the answer. So getting students to actually write down a list of 6 quiz questions for each other and then passing it around the room can be another great strategy as well. Okay. So there's many different ways that you can review. Forced recall is one strategy. Getting to create questions, just passively reading through it is another. And through my TA last week, you guys experienced quite a few varieties of review activities. At the end of the day, it's just reigniting the knowledge, reigniting it, because we're always fighting against the forgetfulness curve. Okay. So yes, experiment and play. I wouldn't do forced recall every day at the same time, and I wouldn't do it every break or every time, because people's brains are going to burn out, and you're going to burn the decision-making capacity that people have got in their brains. And generally that as the day goes on, people's ability to make decisions goes down. Okay, through different things that are going on in the brain. So you've got to make sure that you don't want to burn people out. And that's something that Chris Voss talks about in that book, Never Split the Difference. Okay. So now let's head to a quick review of something that you would have all covered. And let me just bring up my slides. Awesome. All right, so principles of adult learning. You would have heard this before. You would have heard it many times, but just to quickly refresh our brains. Wayne, could you please read the 6 principles for me, if you can see it on the screen?
Yep. Principles of adult learning. Adult learning is, number 1, is self-directed autonomous.
Yep.
2 is utilizes knowledge and life experiences. 3 is goal-oriented. 4 is relevancy-oriented. 5 is highlights practicality, and 6 encourages collaboration.
Excellent. Let's see. Wayne, 1. Carmen, 2. Pat, 3. Tom, 4. And Sally, 5 and 6. Okay. What I want you to do is just take about a minute and think about how could you make sure that that principle is addressed in your training session, and then put your answer into the chat box. Okay. So put the number and then the strategy on how you're going to make sure that that item is addressed. And feel free when you put the answer in to put it towards everyone. I may just copy and paste the one that's just come through.
No, that was a mistake. I was trying to drop to the next line and it sent it instead of dropping it.
All good. All good. Awesome. So we've got Wayne, you were looking after number 1, correct?
Yep, that's right.
Awesome. So if you could just read your answer in the chat box for us, or if not, just off the top of your head. You've got number 1 was self-directed.
Yep. Okay. So I would include that in how it's going to be addressed in the instructions of the training at the beginning. And for example, the training will involve you reading through the module at your own pace.
Awesome. So essentially, how can, I guess the idea is, how can we help the learner put themselves in the driver's seat to create their own learning experience and also guide their own direction? So that's a great way to do it. Great way to do it. Another one that they talk about in the book, Ultra Learning, is creating a, and it's kind of outside the scope of this session, but a learning map or a meta map for learning. And essentially that's kind of like a mind map, but it's a list of all the different things that would need to be learned about the topic. And the learner themselves are actually creating that mind map. And by doing so, it's helping create even more motivation for learning the topic. Does that make sense? So it's called meta learning. Meta is a word for above, and learning about learning. Okay. And then if we want to help the learner themselves create milestones along the way, we could certainly do that. Okay. Awesome. So next we had number 2, and that was handled by Carmen. Go ahead, Carmen, if you could read out yours that you've given to the group.
It's utilise knowledge and life experiences. So as a trainer, being aware that everyone comes with their own worldview, so their own worldview knowledge, all have their very own life experiences of how they have survived.
Yeah. And I think in our questioning, we can always say to people, so in your experience, what have you discovered? In your experience, what challenges have you faced? In your experience, what has been a challenge you've had to overcome? In your experience, and going from there, okay? Yeah. And the biggest mistake I ever made as a trainer was speaking down to people. And it was a habit I had to get myself out of and switch more so from instructor to a facilitator. And the 4 roles, the coach, the facilitator, mentor, and trainer, for a long time, when I was first learning training, I stayed in an instructor for too long. And when I was teaching higher level courses, more and more intelligent people got sick of being spoken down to, and I needed to learn to step out of that mode. I needed to learn to use expressions such as we all know, as you and I both know very well, okay? I like literally to the point where one time I had a class that did not come back on the last day because they were so angry about how I'd spoken to them. Okay. Luckily, that doesn't happen to me anymore because I made the shift and I actually wrote on a sticky note to remind myself to continually validate my audience's knowledge and say, as we all know, as we both agree, as we all find, as we tackle these issues. Does that kind of make sense to everyone? Okay. Learn from my mistakes. Learn from my mistakes. Let's see. And number 3, let's see. Number 3, that was Pat, wasn't it?
Yep, me.
Yeah, awesome. Pat, walk us through number 3.
So it is goal oriented. I stated at the start of each session stating during this lesson you will learn saying what we're doing, and following and explaining that, and then following up with the purpose of this lesson. So the why, which is something we talked about during the week. The why, the purpose of this lesson is to blah, 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 blah. So talking about that why, and this will establish the lesson goal, keep the learners specifically focused and hopefully enabling them to stay on track. So just giving them one thing to concentrate on. This is your learning objective. This is what you need to, this is what we're trying to test and develop. Don't worry about all the other stuff right now.
Love it. Love it. And I think if we were going to say, if there's any difference between teaching kids and teaching adults, this is one of the biggest, because kids don't really need to know why they're playing in order to go play. They just play. Okay. And through playing, they learn things. With adults, they do need to know, where's it all headed and is it worth my time? So the more we can build that goal orientated, and that, which is touching on number 4, the relevancy, the more they're going to buy into the learning experience. Awesome. Tom, you had number 4, which was relevancy orientated. Tell us about that one.
With the beginning of each section, I will present pictures or image of that relevant section. So which then the participants can have a better view, and so they can link the lecture with the picture.
Love it. Love it. So they can see how they would use it. They can visualize it, and they can directly apply it. Awesome. All right, cool. Sally, you got the last 2 there. Highlights practicality and encourages collaboration. So we're all practicing our lip reading skills at the moment. And Sally, so go ahead. False start.
Highlights practicality. So using practical activities that you're actually going to be learning about. So teaching DAs, there's no point me teaching them about being up in the boiler in the mill because they're never going to use it. And then getting them to do practical activities like throwing points, So there's no point me just telling them how they're going to do it, because there's so many different factors that they're not going to think about. So each point, they're not all the same weight. So it's about safely throwing them. There's one thing to say it, for them to practice. So their bell might be this big, and so you can just throw it over quite easily, but you need to show them different ones to show that this one's bigger. You could actually hurt yourself if you don't do it properly. So stuff like that. And 6 is encourage collaboration. So group discussions, work together to find out the answers, have a discussion where one person might ask a question, but other people actually might need to know it as well. So that brings that out of the woodwork. I also love the what's wrong with this scenario.
Yeah.
I use ones where I have someone, they've got to pick their dodgy PPE that they're not using, and just stuff like that, because they learn well as a group. Yeah,
they certainly do. They certainly do. Awesome. Great share and great collaboration there, just as we talked about. It's a funny one with collaboration, and you may notice that the more people you get involved in something, the longer it can take. So it's always a balancing act of how many people do I assign for this activity, knowing the time frame I've got. Okay, so sometimes individual works, some better, sometimes pair work is better, sometimes group of 3 is better, sometimes group of 4 is better, sometimes all class together is better. But you've got to make that strategic decision, and it's your ability to pick the right grouping amount for the right activity and also for the right time allocation. Okay, so sometimes for a design activity, I may actually purposely do it individually. Other times I may do it in pair work and allow collaboration. Other times, if I know it's a creative activity, if I put 3 or 4 people into the same group, it could take a lot longer. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah. So you've got to pick your numbers and think, okay, well, put myself in that situation. If I was in a group, how would I play it out? Okay, because as we talked about last week in terms of personality, we've got the pragmatists, the activists, the reflectors, and the theorists. Different personality types are going to interact in groups differently, and the more people you put in, sometimes the lower the productivity. Just something to think about. Okay, and in terms of time management, I think I actually wrote an article for Spec Training, and it's going to be published soon around time management. It's something we talked about this morning, but time management, you want to set an activity, and thanks, Tom. Great to have you online, and bye, Tom. Thank you so much, and I'll send you out the recording. With activities, let me pose a question to you guys. Would you stop an activity at the peak, after the peak, or just before the peak of activity in a group? Where would you stop it? Just to pop your answer in the chat box. Where would you stop the activity? At the peak, just before the peak, or after the peak? And you know you've hit the peak when people start talking about social stuff or start talking about other things. Wayne said that. What does everyone else think? Awesome. So we got some interesting answers there. And I'm actually going to say that I'm going to say that Sally, Carmen, and Pat are pretty much where I want to go with it. Where people go wrong is that they will stop it after the peak. And by the time you've hit the peak and it's already gone over, people have already lost interest. And this was something that I learned that really transformed how I did activities, because stopping it is as important as starting it at the right time. So you know when to stop it just before people are about to go into social chit chat. And normally the people that are the pragmatists and that get things done the quickest will go into social chit chat the quickest. So if Sally and Wayne start talking about what they're doing on the weekend, you know you've lost it. You know that, oh, whoops, screwed that one up. You need to stop it just before they start talking about their weekend. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, it's a subtle thing, but makes so much of a difference in a training room. And if you already get people checking out, going, oh, what are you doing tonight? All these different things, you've lost the room. Okay, so you want to be putting people into groups, all right, allocating 3 minutes, all right, and then you stop them at 2:50. Because people are thinking, oh, we still got time. No, you stop them at 2:50 and you say, all right, wherever you are is perfect. Let's jump into it. Okay, and you get to start to play with time, and you become a magician at creating suspense, revealing, and people never know how much time is elapsing. It's a really cool thing to do. Okay. So a bit of bonus content for you there, and it'll be coming out on a blog article that I've written recently. But it was one of the most powerful things you can get very good at. What I'm going to do now is we're going to have a chat about presentation aids. And what I'd like to do is Sally and Wayne, you guys are together. Carmen and Pat, you guys are together. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop you into breakout rooms, and I want you to think of a list of top 6 presentation aids that you love to use, whether it's online or face-to-face. I don't mind either. Top 6 presentation aids that you love to use. And if I say presentation aid, you may think of videos. Okay, you may think of anything at all that comes to mind when you think of a presentation aid. I'm going to pop you in some breakout rooms, and I'll give you about 2 minutes, and we'll go from there. Welcome back, Pat and Carmen. Carmen, was Pat cooperative and helpful?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Awesome. Good.
We don't follow instructions very well. We came out with more than 6.
Nice, pragmatist. Awesome. Welcome back, Sally and Wayne. Wayne's got a new background. He's got a new background and a new perspective. It's exciting. Great. Come back with new knowledge. Fantastic. Going around the group. Pat, you're going to read 2 from your list. Carmen, 2 from your list. Sally, 2 from your list. Wayne, 2 from your list. Pat, lead us off.
I think I'm going to go with, let's pick 2. Case studies, I think, is a good one.
Nice.
Especially for my sections. It's a really creates that relevance, puts some context for people.
Yeah.
Going out on a totally different tangent, depending on what you're presenting, using music as an aid creates an atmosphere and emotion and stuff like that, which, as we learned earlier, enhances learning.
Certainly does. Certainly does. Awesome. Carmen.
I like photo narrative, which I felt was okay. Also, stories, like personal stories and stuff like that. How much you want to share in the room. Yeah.
Nice.
With your photo narrative kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. A great icebreaker I once heard, and we talked about icebreakers last week, but an icebreaker I once heard was a person was teaching on leadership, and they had about 20 cards in front of the class, and they said, go and pick a card that represents leadership to you. And then they shared in their little groups why they picked that card and why that card represented leadership to them. Okay, could have been a card of a picture of Sydney or a picture of, a flower or anything at all, but they just picked a picture and then they just talked about it, which related to the topic they were about to go into, which I thought was really cool. Yeah, awesome. Sally, 2 presentation aids.
Have video.
Yep, cool.
And probably I like guest speakers as well.
Good.
Especially if you I have my learners for a week. So if they've been in the classroom with me for a week, if I'm able to, I might grab a fitter or one of the navies, which can explain more about the engines or something like that. It's just a little bit of a breakup of just listening to me.
Nice. I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second. What's a danger of a outside speaker?
Do you mean outside as in outside the company altogether, or?
Correct.
But the thing that I can think of is different, if they mention different policies, but the things that you would get them to speak on wouldn't be about that. So you tell me.
No, that's the aha that I wanted you to get, or the place I wanted you to go when you were thinking. Essentially, the last thing that we want is for them saying something different to what we've taught.
Yeah.
So as long as our messages are aligned, more than happy. One of the challenges that you sometimes ever face is if you are co-delivering with another trainer, it can be even more challenging because you've got to make sure that you're both on the same page.
Yeah.
And also one of the hardest things you will ever do, it may not seem like a hard thing to do when I say it, but actually it really is when you're taking over for someone else if they're halfway through something.
Yeah.
So just want to make sure that you have that conversation with the guest speaker before they start speaking to make sure that you know where they're going to go with things. I think in your organization, because you probably work so close with those different people, it's all
Yeah.
good. But I just wanted to bring that up because sometimes we can get people in and they say, no, this is completely different. Or it could be a little bit opening a door to a foreign message, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally get that.
Yeah.
In the way like I do it, it might be like OH&S actually comes and does that section of it,
Yeah,
or one of the
perfect.
fitters talk about servicing the train,
Yeah.
just to have a little bit more insight, or just stuff
And that
like
creates a lot of relevancy as well, which is fantastic.
And I think too, especially with the fitters, because they service each site, it creates a familiarity of the other people they're going to work with as well.
Nice. Wayne, two of your presentation aids you like.
Yeah, when both Sally and I were discussing it, we both said whiteboard straight up. But one that Sally raised, which was I totally agree with, is actual equipment, the hands-on effect. So basically, you talk about a lot of things in class, but you don't actually go hands-on. So the hands-on method, basically, this is what I'm talking about.
Nice, awesome. All right, so those are some fantastic ones, and I think the props are really powerful. And the more you can bring in props, the more the kinesthetic people are happy. Okay, so for me, if anyone asks me what's my favorite presentation aid is, I will always say a flip chart. Whiteboard to an extent, but I prefer a flip chart. Generally, flip charts are really good because you can write on them and you can leave a blank and you can create wonder and anticipation. You can still do that on a whiteboard, but generally a whiteboard is something that you want to leave up there permanently throughout the session. Now, a flip chart, on the other hand, is something that you can put up there and refer back to quite regularly if you wanted to. Does that make sense? And we won't go into it, but you actually put a flip chart in a different place in the room to the whiteboard so that they can actually separate it out in their minds, left brain, right brain, and all of that. All right. So the thing is, you have your speaker, like me, and then you have flip chart on one side, whiteboard on the other. And generally, I'm going to put class admin stuff on the whiteboard. For example, homework. For example, come back from break on time. The time to come back from break is going to be on the whiteboard. My name is going to be on the whiteboard. Those kind of things go on the whiteboard, right? But as much as possible, I wouldn't be using the flip chart because I can refer back to that. I can also, at the end of the day, put those flip charts around the room and we can keep referring back to those flip charts. Okay. Now that's in a face-to-face context. If it was online, I would still potentially have whiteboard and I would use it in the same fashion as a flip chart. And I would still maybe have the words, but leave blanks. Okay. What does leaving the blank do? Pat, what do you think leaving the blank does?
It starts the stimulation for the thought process because you automatically, as a human being, want to fill the blank. Nature doesn't like a vacuum.
That is absolutely correct. And so we leave a blank. So for example, when I teach rapport, engagement, retention, I'm going to put the first R and I'm just going to leave it blank. I'm going to put a line. And while students are sitting there, they're wondering what's going to be the rest of that R. They're going to sit there and percolate going, what's happening next? Well, I wonder. And that's where you want your learners to be before you teach something. If you can create that wonder and anticipation and suspense. You don't want to leave them there forever because that's going to create agitation. But if you can strategically throughout your session, create moments of suspense, fantastic. All right. So I just find that a little bit harder to do on a whiteboard. On a whiteboard, I certainly do create blanks and I will use it strategically, but I just love a flip chart. For me, it's fantastic. So coming off that idea of the brain already makes predictions, if you can create those moments of suspense, great. On the flip side of that, if you put too much information on the whiteboard or the flip chart or wherever, people are already going to jump to, what do we think? Sally, what are people going to jump to? So we're starting with C.
You cut out there for a bit, sorry. Just say if you put the letters on
If
there.
you put
people
all, yeah, if you put all the information on the whiteboard, then people will jump to, what's the C word? C-O-N-C.
Conclusions.
Exactly. They're going to jump to conclusions about what's going to happen next. Okay. And this is one of the big reasons why I say never, ever, 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 ever hand out your PowerPoints before your session. Never, ever. The stupidest, silly idea. Okay, just don't ever do it, because again, it's going to kill all engagement. Engagement is driven by the fact that people don't know what's coming next. Okay, you can hand it out at the end of the session. Sure, wonderful, great. But if you hand it out before your session, you've killed all engagement. Okay, so coming to the online environment, one thing that we sometimes use in the online environment is the magic of polls. Okay. So in Zoom, they are quite easy to set up. And I'll just launch one for you now so that you know what it looks like, what it feels like. And okay, so on your screen, you have the options to select. All right, so let's see what you select. When should you use a poll? At the start, at the end, whenever you'd like to know what your group is thinking, at any time as a formative learning tool. What do we think? There's no right or wrong, but there is a better answer. And that's not the answer I wanted, but that's okay. That's okay. You guys all picked the one that I didn't want you to pick. That's all right. Cool. All right, which is great. Well, let's use that to our advantage. All right. So essentially, a poll is something that we would use more so to excavate people's opinion. Polls are used to gather opinion. Okay, polls are used to gather people's opinions. Okay, opinions, perspective, experience. Okay, now we could certainly use them as a formative learning tool for quizzes. However, we probably want to use polls more so just for, so in your experience, what have you done? Or I guess people's level of knowledge about a topic, or how have they used a topic in the past? So I think in my TA, I asked the question, have you ever learned to studied a course online before? Have you delivered a course online before? And I just wanted to gauge the experience of learners using online education tools, if you guys remember that one. Otherwise, polls are a great tool that you can use anytime. Generally, you'd probably want to use them at the beginning and then maybe at the end of the session as well. Yeah, I probably wouldn't pick that one. Another one could be, let's launch this one and see what you guys say. It's another poll.
Is that what we use? What virtual training tools do
You use?
we
Yeah.
use?
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. So Pat and Wayne, I'm going to make a strategic guess and say that you guys said other. Pat, was it you that said other?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. What do you guys use?
We don't use virtual training tools at all.
Okay, cool. And Wayne, same for you?
No, I've used Microsoft Teams with Fire Brigade, with the Rural Fire Brigade.
Yep, awesome.
And by virtual training tools, you mean like this kind of stuff that we're doing right now?
That's right.
Not online learning products that are just single person interactive.
Yeah, yeah. And Sally, you guys are using Teams or Zooms, or how are you doing it?
Obviously use Zoom for this. I have used Microsoft Teams in the past.
Yeah.
But generally all our training is in-house, apart from this one, obviously.
Awesome. All right. Next one that you probably experienced through today, and also anytime you've gone through the TA, we also talk about annotations and the whiteboard. Okay. And if you are delivering online, it's a great tool to use simply because there are many different ways that you can interact with it. And one example that we often use, excuse my drawing, is, and just want to highlight this one for Sally's context, is you can actually get learners to draw on your drawings and say, for example, okay, learners, we have Bill here. Bill is going to work on the trains. What kind of PPE do we need Bill to start wearing? Okay, and then you get the learners to actually draw on the PPE. Okay, so you can actually get people to interact with the images as you draw them. The other thing
I'm actually doing something similar for my presentation, except I'm going to put it on.
Okay, awesome, awesome. The other really cool fact to point out here is that as the trainer draws, the more the engagement happens. Because again, we're tapping into the suspense and the wonder. And if you may notice online, if you ever see an animation video, you quickly get pulled in because you're wondering where it's going to go. The really cool thing about it is it doesn't matter how bad your drawing is. People will always be focused and they are going to be more engaged. If you are drawing, if you are doing something on the whiteboard, they're going to be following along. Okay, which is really good to know because my drawings are terrible. Okay. So that is one way that we can use a whiteboard. Another way that we can certainly use it is to literally type in words. Okay, and then you can get people to fill it out, or you can write it in, or whatever it might be. Okay, so we got the whiteboard, and again, there at the end of the day, it's not what you put up, it's, well, how do you use it to the optimal level and to get the most out of it. Okay, so on that note, also one other tool that we can use is, as you guys would have experience. Let me just close that one. Okay, so since you did your TAE, Sally and Carmen, have you had a look at Kahoot in any further shape or form, Sally? Did you check it out? Have you thought about how potentially you could use it in your training sessions?
Yes, I actually signed up to it the other day. I've just got to talk to the powers to be to pay for it for work. So
yeah,
I can
cool.
use it.
Awesome. So Kahoot is something that is really fun and simple and easy to use. And it's this site here, kahoot.com, and you can go in, join up, and I'll see if I can log in, see if the credentials are, oh yeah, okay, cool. So this is ours here, and we've got 11 Kahoots set up, and we're probably going through one at the end of today, but you can have all of your Kahoots pre-set up, and then all you need to do is click on play. It's going to start it up. You give the ID, game ID, to your participants. They put it in their phones and you're off and running. Okay, so it's a really simple and fun, powerful tool. And you can create new questions really simply and easy. So you just hit create, and then you've got all these options as well. All right. So
I find it an interesting tool because it could go either way, because people get quite competitive,
yep,
which is a good thing, but it's just that, I don't know, it gets people drawn in. You get that like, oh, I'm going to try and remember this, and it's sort of like nervous excitement.
Exactly. And you bring up a great point. And one of the things that I prefer to use it for is team building and fun. And so I will sometimes use it more so for, let's do a Kahoot on a topic that is not necessarily about what we just covered or what we're going to cover, but is something completely unrelated, but is still going to be fun and enjoyable. So a Kahoot as a state break activity can be great. A Kahoot as a team building exercise to start off the day can be a great thing. And that's where the competitive nature comes out. Okay. So you could do for a Kahoot on the Olympics recently. Okay. Or a Kahoot on something that's happening in the current event. Now, if I was going to do a Kahoot on academic stuff, I'm probably going to do more so true, false, true, false, true, false, 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 true. And I'm going to stick very specific on the answers I want. Does that make sense to everyone? Because otherwise you get people that do get very uncomfortable with their results. I'm not remembering as much as everyone else, or I just don't feel like I'm keeping up. Does that kind of make sense? So, yeah, absolutely. So Kahoot is a great tool. And as we talk about, right tool, right group, right context. And as Nicole rightly pointed out when she taught you guys, if you're going to use any tool, make sure you've previewed the tool yourself before you use it, because otherwise you get yourself into some hot water and you start to read some of the questions like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that that was going to be the question. And people start getting overwhelmed, confused, and all those different things. So make sure you preview everything that you show. Okay. Sally, you laughed there for a good reason.
Nicole was saying about her friend who played the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a story that we will not forget, which is really cool, really cool. Awesome. All right, so now, if you're taking notes, just write the heading of phone, just write the heading of phone. Okay, actually, there's a couple of components I need to do for the next bit. So one other thing that you can do is if you are presenting virtually, you can actually, even though it's just screen to screen, you can bring in the practical side of things. You can actually extend out your reach. What we mean by that is, if I wanted to actually show you something that was happening around me, what I can actually do is log in with my phone and all right, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So what you can actually do is you can actually flip the phone around. Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you can actually flip the phone around and you can actually show what you're working on. This is my messy office, but you can see I've got my extra monitors there and different things going on. Okay. Now, so now that I'm back, what you can actually do is, for example, if you wanted to show your learners how to change a tire, you could actually log in with your phone, go to the car, and do the entire demonstration while you just logged on with your phone as well. Does that make sense to everyone? So you can start to go, well, how else can I operate effectively in this online environment? And when someone showed me that, I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. All right. It really breaks down some of the limitations, the barriers we may have around online learning. Okay. So you could have a second person actually carries the phone and follows you around, or you can carry it yourself. Totally up to you how you want to play it. But I have seen someone do it with doing tours around their office or showing equipment, or literally I saw someone changing a tire recently. And for me, I'm like, well, okay, cool. Also during the pandemic, a lot of times people were forced to go onto online stuff. And the more we can sort of go, okay, how else can I approach that? The more possibilities open up. Okay, so for those people that are not delivering online, totally get it. For those that are, you can certainly entertain some of those kind of tactics to bring in even more of the practical side of things. Okay, so on that note, that's enough of me sharing that. And let me come back to my slides for a second. Just by the way, when you do it, you need to be careful because if you don't turn off your sound, as you saw with what happened with me, you do get an echo and it can get quite distracting. You get two lots of sound, and you just be careful to turn off those side of things. So on that note, we are now going to take a quick, let me just find my slide. Okay, I know. Wrong slide. Okay, so now we are going to take a quick, let's go a 5-minute break. And so by my watch, it is 1:35. Let's take a quick 5-minute break and I'll see you back here at 1:40. 1:40, if you could, please.
Just a quick question, Mark. Are we going to need our phones before we come back or not?
Do you need to charge yours?
No. I'm just wondering, are we going to be using our phones? Because I've got to go and get it off the missus, that's all.
No, don't worry
we've got
about it. Don't worry about it.
No,
No, it's all
that's
good.
okay.
Yeah.
How's the breeze down the Gold Coast today, Mark?
Not too bad. A little bit chilly.
Yeah, we've
But,
got 31.
I think rain's coming, actually. I think.
Yeah, we've got 31 degrees here at the moment. Humidity's about 60%.
Awesome. All right. So welcome back, Wayne Cummins, Sally. Okay. All right. So Carmen, in your case, do you create your own training materials or are they already given to you?
I know we develop our own learning
Okay.
tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So probably the next segment, Sally and Wayne and Pat, and I'm going to speak on Pat's behalf for a second, but I imagine, Sally, majority of the training materials that you have, they're already pre-made. Is that correct?
So I started this role in April and it was,
Yep.
I'm using the past trainers one, but I am totally changing it. I
Awesome.
am very much totally changing it, making a
Nice.
new package.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, so I'll just wait for Pat to rejoin us.
I could probably confirm it, but I'm pretty sure that the ones that QPS use are pretty much a standard one that are sent around the state, so that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. So the segment I'm about to go into is good to know. Unfortunately, sometimes we're in situations where we are forced to use what we have. And it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's not what you have, it's how you use it that makes all the difference. For me, PowerPoint, it's a tool, it's not the presentation. And where people go wrong with PowerPoint is that they will show the slide, read the slide. Instead, what I prefer to do is sell the slide, show the slide, sell the slide, show the slide, sell the slide, show the slide, sell the slide, show the slide. And I will also tell people specifically what I want them to take away from the slide. So that would sound like the following. So we're now about to look at something that's going to transform your effectiveness in the workplace. And we're going to look at 3 key things. So let's check it out. Show the slide. All right, 3 things that I want you to take away from this slide are this, this, and this. Grab a pen and write these down. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. All right, the next thing we're going to look at is, and you build anticipation, you build relevancy, and then you show the slide. Where people fall on the back foot is they show the slide, then they talk about the slide. Does that make sense? Simple tweak, but it makes all the difference. And you also want to tell people exactly what you want them to take away from the slide, because normally there is far too much information on the slide, and people, and your job as a trainer is to say, all right, from this slide, the one thing I want you to write down is X. And they learn to trust you to know that, all right, you got 20 PowerPoints, you got 50, whatever, but you are going to be the hand that guides them through it. Okay. So that's kind of my little rant about PowerPoint, but I don't mind what you've got. At the end of the day, it's not what it is, but how you use it. Having said that, the more your images are crisp and powerful and engaging, the better they are going to be. And as so Pat, I was just talking to the other guys about the fact that sometimes PowerPoints, we can't change them. They are what they are, and we just need to deal with them. There are times where we can create our own, and using Google Images or going to the internet and just copying and pasting images can get us in trouble with copyright. So a great site to go to is unsplash.com, if anyone knows that site. I've started to use it a lot, And I really love it. I really, really do. I'll just go back to see this slide here. This image was taken from Unsplash. Okay, now Unsplash is basically photographers that upload their work and you can use it royalty free. Okay, so you can literally type in aha moment and you'll get an image that would represent that. If you go to Google and type in aha moment and use an image directly, you may be breaching copyright. Okay, the other one that you can tap into is the nounproject.com, and the nounproject.com is used great for icons and photos for everything, as it says on the slide there. So nounproject.com. Okay, so next skill or thing that we want to really refine as trainers is our ability to question our audience. Okay, so in the chat box, I'd like you to come up with 2 reasons we would use questioning towards an audience. What are 2 reasons that we would use questions to an audience? Pat, you're so eager to tell me the answer.
I keep hitting enter, expecting my cursor to go down in the chat box, and it keeps bloody well sending it. Hasn't learned that that's what I wanted. I want it to just go down.
Awesome. Awesome. So let's see, Sally, to gauge level of understanding, to get background information and past experiences. Awesome. Pat says directly to me, reaffirm learning, begin thought bubble. Awesome. And Wayne is typing his in, Carmen's typing hers in. Okay. What do you want to get out of this workshop? Great question. Great question. And Wayne is typing his purpose for questioning in there. If he wants to just write one that's on the screen. Excellent. You want to get a point across. Nice, nice. Interesting direction that one goes in. All right, so we can use questioning to do any of the following: manage class behavior, determine learners' knowledge to aid in modifying your session plan, arouse curiosity and stimulate interest, clarify and emphasize key concepts. And Sally, please read the rest of them.
Stimulate discussion among learners.
Yep.
Develop or sharpen learners' problem-solving ability.
Yep.
Motivate students to search for new information. And to stimulate and encourage learners to think at higher levels.
Awesome. All right, what I'd like you to do is in the chat box. All right, in the chat box, I would like you to type in your favorite question to ask your audience. As in, I think Pat and I talked about one of his favorites, that a new one that he discovered last week. Let's see if he remembers it. One that I often ask is, does that make sense? So checking in with learners and clarifying. What's another question that you like to ask that could do any of, I think Carmen's already said one of her favorite questions. She's put it in the chat box. She said, what do you want to get out of this workshop? Go ahead and think of another question that comes to mind when you think of training that you often use that you'd like to put in the chat box and share with other people. Nice, Pat. I love that one. That's a really good one. Ooh, nice one, Sally. Nice. Ooh, that's a really good one.
It might not seem it, but what a DA's role is can be very dangerous. So I like to drill in the safety side, and that one seems to hit home the most.
Good. Okay. So one of the things they talk about in the book, Never Split the Difference, is how to use why questions effectively. Now, if you ask why, as in, why did you do that? You are going to get a negative reaction. But when you ask it in the way that you asked it, why would you want to do X, Y, Z? You are actually going to get the person selling themselves on the idea. So the way that you phrase that question is fantastic. I'm so glad that you asked it that way. If you say to a learner, why are you late? They're going to get defensive. Instead, we want to approach it in a different format. But that question that you posed there is fantastic. I really love it. You said that you're getting good results with it. I want you to understand why you're getting good results with it. Does that make sense? So, for example, if you go to a job interview and you ask the question, so out of all the candidates that you've looked at and you've interviewed, why would you pick me? Is that a good quality question? Yes, very, very powerful question. Okay, because it's going to get them selling themselves on hiring you. Okay, so why questions? You need to be very careful with using them because people will get abreactive and defensive. But if you can use them in the right phrasing, you can get really great results. Okay, so really great quality question there. Yes, Wayne, where'd you have for lunch? Awesome. Awesome. Interesting. Where's the key consideration? I love the one that Pat shared. Wayne, awesome. All right. And have an open mind as everyone has their own options. Awesome. Okay, so I'll share with you one of my favorites, and then we'll quickly touch on the 4 different types. And I don't know if you've heard me use this one or not. Would you agree that? Would you agree that? So would you agree that would you agree that it's a problem if discussions get out of control? Would you all agree with that by a show of hands? Yeah, awesome. Okay, would you agree that as a trainer, we need to be able to control discussions so that they don't go negative and they don't go completely out of control and they don't eat up too much time? Would you all agree with that? Yeah, awesome. Okay, great. So would you agree that, or another variation of that would be, would it be the case that occasionally we can have tech issues? Okay. So entire process is I am always looking to build agreement. What we are always looking to avoid is a technical term. It's called fractionation. Fractionation is basically when Sally doesn't agree with what I've just said, and Sally and Wayne go off onto their own little group and they separate themselves from the rest of the group. Okay, so if I walk into a group of people that love Apple computers and I say Windows is the best processing system on the planet, can you see how that might get my audience offside? Does that kind of make sense? This is where you nod and respond or do something. Yeah, awesome. So fractionation is something you need to be very careful of, and using statements like, would you agree that, is a way to keep cohesion strong in a group. So I could walk into a group and say, would you agree that Donald Trump is the best president America has ever had? I'm going to get some reaction on that. Whether some people agree, whether some people disagree, it doesn't matter. But if I walk in and I say, would you agree that Donald Trump was perceived by some people to be a good president and by others to be a not so great president? Would you all agree with that? Notice how we have started from a place of agreement. I haven't fractionated my audience. Does that make sense? And the better you can get and maintaining and leading agreement, the more masterful you will be as a facilitator. And you will notice, Sally, if you ever see other trainers or other facilitators where sessions go wrong, it's because they've created fractionation. Okay, is this interesting, guys? Yeah. So would you agree that is a fundamental skill that I used to drum into facilitators over and over and over again? Because no matter what the topic is, you should be able to build a foundational level of agreement. Okay, so some people say nuclear energy is good, some people say it's bad, but we all agree that world peace is a good thing. We all agree we all want a healthy economy, but how we get there is different in everyone's perspective, okay? But your ability as a trainer to keep cohesion is critical, all right? So that's one of my favorite questions to use. And that would fall into one of the categories that we're just about to look at now, all right? And so questioning, so we've got open indirect, we've got open direct, closed direct, and last of all, closed direct, okay? So these are the 4 types. So open indirect would be something like, can anyone tell me a time when XYZ has happened? Okay, it's open. Can anyone tell me, or has anyone ever? Because that's to the entire group, okay? Open direct would be Jim or Sally. Sally, have you ever done XYZ? Okay, so we're going to start with the entire group, then we're going to go to one individual. Closed indirect would be, when would you do XYZ? Okay, so a closed is yes or no, only 1 or 2 possible answers. So closed indirect, when would we do XYZ? And then last that we've got there is closed direct, which would be, so Carmen, how would you approach this situation? Okay, so we're going open and then towards one individual, then open again, and then towards one individual. You're going to start your session probably with an open indirect, and then probably close the session with a closed direct question. Okay, for me personally, the better you can get at questioning, the better your session is going to flow. Okay, so it's a skill that you develop and finesse over time. And at this point, I would just like to plant the seed of you starting to use that magic question, which was, Sally, what did I get you to write down? What was the first one I said?
Would you agree that?
Excellent. Excellent. And this is going to be a leading question, but can everybody see themselves starting to use that question? Yeah. And I'll even pre-frame it if I have to and say, this is going to be a leading question, but would you all agree that X, Y, Z? And generally people are okay with that if I have to pre-frame it. If it's going to be like so much in their face, obvious that it's a leading question, I'll just say this is a leading question, but you know, people are okay with that.
Makes my skin crawl, that question.
Yes, yes.
Because
Now,
lawyers use it all the time.
Good. And you bring up a great point that you don't want to overuse it. And if we want to get ninja on it, what you can also do is you can, and I didn't talk about this in the TA because it wasn't right, what you can actually do, and if you pick up the book, Never Split the Difference, you can actually flip it. And if you get very good at this question, you can actually use no orientated questions. No orientated questions. No orientated questions. So a no-orientated question might be the complete opposite, which is, would it be ridiculous to say? Okay. And Pat, you can understand why I wouldn't teach that at the TAE level, because you can get yourself all convoluted and confused. But would it be ridiculous to say that if we have alternatives, that's a good thing? Okay. So giving someone the ability to say no maintains their autonomy. Okay. Would you disagree to trying this out and seeing what happens? Okay. So we want to have both options up our tool, or in our tool belt, and we want to play around with different questions that we can ask our audience. And through different applications, we're certainly going to develop flexibility in our communication. Okay. Now, Pat's world, that phrase of "would you agree" that is used a lot. In other circumstances, other contexts, people have never heard it before. And sometimes trainers will do a lot of discussions, and the discussions will go off in various tangents, and trainers will have no idea how to bring the discussion back on point. And that one question alone, would you agree that blah, can be the one tool that makes all the difference. So yeah, it is. And I used to say that training, it's about the ability to lead the hearts and minds of people, leading the hearts and minds of people. So you want people thinking what you want them to think. It might sound manipulative, but you want people thinking what you want them to think. And you never want them thinking outside the realms of what the context you've created. Okay. And that's why the concept of the blue tree is so critical for trainers to get their head around. Sally, did I teach your audience, your group, the blue tree?
I don't think so.
Okay. This one concept alone will transform your communication in so many different ways. So if I say, Sally, don't think about a blue tree. Please don't think about a blue tree. Please don't think about a blue tree. Please, Sally, don't you dare think about a blue tree. Sally, don't think about a blue tree. Sally, just no matter what you don't think about a blue tree. Sally, what are you possibly thinking about right now?
I purposely thought about a red tree.
Yes, there you go, right? So even if you're thinking about a red tree, your mind first went to a blue tree. What we need to remember is that the mind, the unconscious mind, cannot process a negative. So if I say to someone, don't look at page 13, please don't look at page 13. 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 What does the mind want to do? Sally, what does it want to do?
I must be weird. I don't want to look at page 13. Like, all right, that's your choice.
Yes, there you go. But if I said it to someone, they're going to want to have a look at page 13.
It's like, don't press the red button.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And let's use some kids examples. If you say to a child, don't run, don't run, don't run, what does the kid end up doing? Continuing to run, or run even faster. Okay, because the unconscious mind cannot process a negative. Okay, so if I want my audience to come on time, I don't say don't be late. I say come on time.
Please come on time.
Yes.
It's like a toddler. Don't put that in your mouth.
And what do? Put it in their mouth. And then as parents, we go, why are you doing that? It's because their unconscious mind cannot process the negative. And when you say that, all they hear is, so don't eat the hamburger. All they hear is eat the hamburger. So with our audience, we need to be very precise with our communication. So if I know that page 13 or page 15, I don't want them to look at it, I'm not even going to address it. Does that kind of make sense to everyone? Okay. So many times in life, people tell us what not to do, and they forget to tell us what we should do. And it happens with husbands and wives all the time. Don't put your clothes there. Okay. Don't put your clothes there. Okay. But at no point did the husband or the wife say, instead, I want you to put your clothes over there. Or they say to a child, all right, don't make a mess of your food. Okay, cool. Well, excuse me, what am I meant to do instead? What am I meant to do instead? And what does that look like? Okay, so one of the seeds of curiosity I want to plant for you is looking forward in any of your training sessions, just start to notice where are some trainers, not yourself because you guys already handle this, where are some trainers using negatives that are creating confusion? Because as a trainer, we want to say it the way that we want people to think about it. We want to say it the way we want people to think about it. Say it the way that you want people to think about it. Say it the way that you want people to think about it. Say it the way that you want people to think about it and feel about it. Okay, you don't walk into a training room and say, oh, today is going to be a really tough topic and it's going to be dull and dry and boring. Okay. Instead, you walk in and say, today's going to be a great session. We're going to learn a lot of great stuff and we're going to learn some stuff that's going to transform your life. Okay. Keep it genuine, keep it authentic, but don't say it the way that you don't want people to think about it. That's weird. Okay. If you say it's going to be dull and boring, then they're probably going to think it's going to be excellent. All right. So that is a little bit about questioning. And a last thing that we'll talk about is active listening. Okay. And I think we've all heard about active listening in our lives to some shape or form. I guess for me, it's more about proactive listening. Proactive listening. So active listening is keeping an open mind, concentrating on what the speaker is saying, being objective, not dwelling on one or 2 points, trying not to overthink what you're going to say or thinking about what you're going to say, but it's proactively listening for things. So what I would like you to do is in the chat box, I'd like you to put in the chat box, what kind of things that would you listen for as someone is speaking? So if you were listening to a learner, what kind of things are you listening for beyond the words? What are you listening for beyond the words? Because this is where the juice is at. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Nice. You guys are coming up with some great stuff. Nice one, Sally. Nice one. Cool. So, Wayne has said, what is the message they are trying to convey? Cool. How are they feeling on the day? Emotion, the subtext, body language, awesome. Infection and tone, are they confident in how they've learnt the information? Nice. So Pat, you said the subtext. Tell us more about that.
Well, mine's, I guess, all the active learning and the BISM stairway model and all that kind of stuff. That what we've done is more related to conflict resolution and that kind of thing. So, you know, your emotional, minimal encourages, emotional labeling, reflection, paraphrasing, all that kind of stuff when you're communicating. So the subtext when you're watching someone say something, there are three truths: their truth, your truth, and then the actual, which is somewhere in the middle, in between.
Yeah.
Trying to contextualize where they are coming from so that you can not just hear it, but you are actually understanding. The communication is actually happening because you are understanding what they're trying to convey. So trying to get the subtext, watching their body language often says a lot or as much as what the words that are coming out of the mouth, because what might be said might not be the true meaning behind their statement. If that's clear.
Yeah, really cool. Love the way that you said that. And earlier last week, we talked about communication. 55% is body language, 38% is tonality, only 7% is the words. What you guys have all shared is fantastic. The only thing I would add is what's not being said. What's not being said which is one that you would have thought of, but what's not being said? I'm always listening for that. Now, I love how Pat also talked about the emotions, and I think, Pat, did you call it labeling?
Yeah, so the, what was it? Minimal encouragers, open-ended questions, paraphrasing. Oh, there's what, 7 or so?
Yeah, awesome. All right, so through proactive listening and tactile empathy, we can really create a great bond. And with great empathy comes great dopamine and great chemical feelings in the other person. When someone doesn't feel heard, there can be a really strong resistance to learning something. Where this shows up is when answering questions from a learner. If we don't actively listen, we get ourselves in hot water. Number 2 is jumping to conclusions regarding learners' behavior. Excuse the typo there, or the apostrophe should be there. Now, when answering questions from learner, okay, so what I mean by this is if Sally puts up her hand and asks me a question about something, and I answer her question straight away, Carmen, what could be a danger of me answering that question straight away?
Well, it might not be what she wants to hear, or it might not be along the same lines as where she's going with it. So you're
Perfect. So if someone asks me a question, the first question I'm going to ask back to them is the following. What has created that question for you? Or the other way I'll approach it is, it seems like you have a reason for asking that. It seems like you have a reason for asking that. Could you share with me a few more details? Because guaranteed, every time I've answered someone's question straight up, I've got it wrong. Okay. So what's created that question for you? I'm just curious. Or it seems like you have a reason for asking that. Could you give me a little bit more detail? Okay. Now, one of the faux pas or things that you should never, ever, ever, ever do is use the following expression. Okay. This, what's in the chat box, is a very uncomfortable and gross and disgusting phrase. Okay. Wayne, could you read that phrase for me?
What I hear you saying is.
Excellent, excellent. And Wayne, why do you think that might be an inappropriate thing to say?
Probably because you're I'm finding it hard to put into words.
That's all right. Who's the focus on? Is it on the listener or the speaker?
No, the focus is on the listener. It's not on you as the speaker. So yeah, so you're sort of degrading what they're actually saying.
Beautiful. Well said. Well said. And so this is where people go wrong. They drop this phrase because they've heard it so often, yet the other person kind of feels like, well, now suddenly the focus is back on the other person, not that person. Okay. I'm screwing up my pronouns, but essentially, instead, if we can take it to a neutral and say, it sounds like what you are meaning is X, or it seems like you are implying, or it looks like XYZ is coming up for you, whatever it might be. But you want to avoid throwing the focus back on yourself. Okay. What I hear you saying is, doesn't really create a deeper connection. Okay. So as Pat said, clarifying, paraphrasing, labeling the emotions is always going to give you a better result. Now, jumping to conclusions regarding learner behavior, for me, if a learner is late or something is going on or going wrong, my favorite question to ask is the following. If something's going wrong, and if someone's being difficult or a challenging student, I'm not going to get angry. I'm simply going to ask them the following question. Are you okay? And I believe that this is the most respectful thing that you can ever ask anyone, because I'm going to make the assumption that they are doing the best they can with the resources they've got at the time. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Pat's nodding with that. Awesome. And if the behavior keeps happening, it's going to be, are you sure you're okay? Because this is the second time you've been late. Is everything okay? Because I thought we agreed earlier on yesterday that we would make sure that we're all here on time. I'm getting really worried about you. I'm getting concerned. Is everything okay? And I'm going to keep expressing that concern, that respect, and that, I guess, outreach as long as I can until it's just getting to a breaking point. But I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt as long as I can until, because I know so many times when I have not done that, I've broken rapport with the entire group and it's just gone south. Okay. No matter how bad it gets, you always want to keep the group on side, and eventually people fall into line, so to speak. So what I would now like to do is we are going to, let me just find that. Okay, great. So now Carmen, Pat, you guys will be together. Wayne, Sal, you guys will be together. We're just going to round off the day. All I would like you to do is look through your notes, and I simply want you to share with your partner, for you personally, what was the two biggest things that we've, like two things we've covered that have really stood out to you so far. And in your conversation, I want you to share with your partner, where do you see yourself using one of those things going forward? So it could be one of the PEN principles. It could be anything else that we've covered at all. I know we've covered a lot today. So it's a broad discussion. And so it's like your two things, and then where do you see yourself using one of those things going forward? All right. So on that note, I'll pop you in some rooms, and I'll do that for about 2 minutes, and then we'll come back and have a chat.
Is that one?
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. All right, I'm going to start with Sally. What was one that you share with your partner, and how do you see yourself using it going forward?
The strategic reveal.
Nice. Good one. Tell me more.
Well, I was just just saying that in the training package that I took over, the second slide was literally outlining every single thing that you do for the week. And I have always hated that slide. I always skip it.
Yeah.
So I'm redoing everything.
Nice. Nice. Good call. Pat, where'd you share? Where do you see yourself using it?
I shared, we're looking to get agreement and avoid fractionation, and say it the way you want people to think about it and feel about it, because I felt that they had a lot of relevance to each other.
Yeah.
In my training, I have people of different backgrounds, different skill sets. We all have to have a base level, certain stuff. And even this last weekend, and because I was training all this last weekend, I was using that to get, we don't all have to agree about everything all the time, but we have to have this base level of agreement so that we can then build upon that to reach the standards of satisfactory or not satisfactory down the track. So we have to have that generalized agreement.
Awesome. Carmen.
Yeah, like the always like asking, the right questions, like, it's depending on the person, and how you read the room and the people you read them, how you read them, and always picking up on, I guess, that the emotional intelligence of people, and asking those right questions is probably the one that really stood out for me. And also, what was the other question? Oh yeah, jumping to conclusions for regarding people you're talking to, instead of finishing their sentences off.
Nice.
We're all going to use it.
Yeah. No, that was great. I think the biggest challenge as trainers is that we do want to jump to conclusions. We do want to make assumptions, and we do want to predict. We do want to make assumptions and make predictions. And I just know every time I've made an assumption too soon, I've been wrong. So it's that constant discipline of staying curious, staying open. What else could this mean? What else is going on for this person? What could be driving that behavior? And staying curious and being willing to ask those questions can make all the difference. So yeah, really great that you picked that one up. Awesome. Wayne, where'd you share? Where do you see yourself using?
Yeah, I like just controlling the discussions. Like, would you agree that? Basically, keeping control of that discussion, because too often when I've been sitting in a class, the class can be, they lose control of the class, and then you're not learning anything. So, and I like the strategic reveal as well. Keeping the audience engaged, building it up towards that what do you call it, that punchline.
Awesome. All right. Well, I know I kind of pushed you guys over the 2 o'clock mark, but I would like to congratulate all of you for everything that we got through today. And I'm really proud of everything that you just shared there. And I'm going to make a strategic bet that you all got some value from today. Would that kind of be the case? Yeah. All right. And you learned something new, and definitely you've shared some stuff that I know that if you implement, you're definitely going to get some great results from that. If not just awareness alone, you'll be able to go out and experiment and start asking yourself some new questions. It's going to lead to some different results, which is fantastic. So from my side, thank you so much for today. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too. And As always, if you've got any questions about delivery and the skills to do that effectively, feel free to email me. Otherwise, for people that are doing the TA, feel free to pose questions in the forum, and me and Nicole are more than happy to help out and answer questions that you've got about any challenges you've got in regards to delivery and how to handle particular situations. But for me, today was about thinking bigger picture, looking at some different tools and strategies. And yeah, as I said in the very beginning, we can only ever get better and better over time. So thank you so much for being the kind of people that would be willing to commit to that journey of mastery. So it's pretty awesome. And thanks for being such a great group.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Milky bar, mate. Milky bar.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. On that note, we'll wrap up the day, and I'll see you online next time.
Bye.
Thanks, Mark. And you'll post the video to us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Good on you. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Sally. See you in Mackay.